That can be it.
Now, is it baseball? Is it football? Is it golf? Is it because you can play golf in theory with your partner? Is it tennis? Is it pickleball?
I refuse to put pickleball down as an answer for a question.
It'd be pretty funny, though.
Or why do you love sports? That's, and I don't know what the answers are to these, but I think that's the direction we should go on Valentine's Day.
Okay, and for possible answers there, I would put my mom/dad. I would put my favorite team. I grew up playing it, or
right.
Morning, everybody. Yeah. Well, in ambient, we did say the AAC is so bad that the system doesn't apply. Memphis has not lost a system play yet.
All right.
Ambient, did you go the other way? I did tell you about the USA 1.5, though. Best team versus worst team in the tournament. The Kachuk brothers aren't bad.
This just in. We're about ready to go here.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Friday. Is it still a football Friday?
No.
Well, it is Valentine's Day. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. A lot going on in the sports world, including some football to talk about. And Pat Kirwan will join us midway through the show. We'll head to Daytona. Brad Gillie, PRN, SiriusXM NASCAR channel. He'll join us after the duels. Dale Jr.'s car made it, raced its way into the 500. His first ever attempt in NASCAR to get a car in the 500. He's been racing at the level just below the Xfinity Series. He got his driver and his car in. Good deal. All right. How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing well. I'm doing good. I got the Valentine's Day gifts out this morning where my daughter and wife sit for breakfast. So when they came out long after I left for work, they will see their flowers and teddy bear and chocolates and all the things I bought for them. So I got that done this morning.
Nice.
Ready for the weekend. Playing a little golf this afternoon. I have a great Valentine's Day ahead of me.
Well, that's fantastic. I, of course, am working and 100 miles away from, my wife. And that's how we keep the romance going in this relationship. Absolutely.
Don't change a thing, David. It's been working this long. Why change it up?
I cannot tell you how many times I have been on the road doing college basketball on Valentine's Day. I did buy roses before I left town, though.
You did?
I did.
Wow, good for
Yes.
you.
Yep. And my mother doesn't know because sometimes she's not up for the beginning of the show. Sometimes she joins it kind of midway through the first hour. So hopefully mom's still dozing a little bit. All right. Mom's getting flowers today.
Took care of that myself earlier this week. Sent the flowers to the mother-in-law. Have the flowers that I'm delivering by hand to my mother today.
Yeah, I sent flowers to my mother-in-law as well. She lives with us, so it was a very difficult delivery. All right. I believe I walked an extra 40 feet from giving the flowers to my wife. So,
yesterday, I went to Publix to get flowers and cards because I don't do anything until the last minute. And
you got your flowers at Publix?
Always.
Wow.
Always. For years.
Huh.
I'll put their first off, it's 25% of the price of the florist. The flowers will last every bit as long, if not longer. They have a tremendous flower section. Can't say enough good things about Publix flowers.
Okay.
So don't start with me this morning, Moulton.
I just asked a couple questions, that's all.
It's like saying Mariah Carey should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame,
Which I didn't say, but I just brought up that she was one of the nominees. That's all.
But I'm in Publix, and I go from the flowers to the cards. And I actually got a cart because it's easy to put the flowers in the cart, and I didn't want to carry them around. So I've got 2 big bouquets of flowers, and I go over to the cards. The one nice thing about any of the Hallmark holidays at Publix is they literally have the BOGO card thing right there, always. So I don't have to pay. I don't have to pay for 2 cards, just one overpriced card. And there were 8 guys in the aisle. I'm not joking. There were 8 guys.
All 8 guys in the store were in that aisle.
Yeah, and I get my cards, and I don't do a ton of perusing for cards. I grab one. If it works, we're done. I'm not reading 60 cards.
So first one that says Happy Valentine's Day on it and doesn't have a pull-up or it talks to you, you're like, this will work.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's really bad, I won't get it. So I got my cards, and I was pretty quick and looked at the guy. I pulled a Moulton. I see all these guys standing around staring at the cards, and I made sure there were no women in the aisle. And I said, don't you all feel like you're getting effing ripped off? And there was no effing. I used the whole word. Hard consonants and everything.
Okay.
And they laughed. They all just, because it's silent. Because guys, we're not talking to one another. We're not saying hi. We're not saying excuse me. We're just blindly staring at these cards going, good God, $650 for this thing again and another dozen roses. What a ripoff.
Boy, I'll tell you, that's a big yearly expense. You're buying your flowers at Publix. You're getting BOGO cards. Yep.
It's still a ripoff.
It's a jungle out there. There's no doubt.
Publix doubles the price of their flowers this week, basically. Next week, they'll be 50, 75% of what they were this week.
Right. The key is to, just go through in January when you're going to Publix. Just grab a couple cards.
Oh, I should go to the dollar store for cards, but it's convenience.
My wife and mother are two people who buy cards year round, and then they just have them in a drawer. Right. And all of a sudden something will happen in someone's life, and my wife will go and open up the cabinet and just pull out a card. And I go, you have a card for this? And she goes, oh yeah, I pick cards up all the time. Now, I will say my mom picks cards up, forgets about them, okay, stumbles upon them, and then sends you that card 2 months late.
That's outstanding.
Yes.
Now, my wife has a drawer full of different birthday cards. She grabs birthday cards, not all occasion cards, but she sends people birthday cards, so she always has a few in her desk drawer.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean, there are no Valentine's Day cards there, I don't think. So, good for your wife and mother-in-law for keeping a stack of cards. One day they're going to be gone and you're going to see 100 cards there. You're going to be set for the next 10 years for everything, David.
Right. Okay, let me tell you. I so can't wait to I hope they go away for a weekend. And I'm going to risk everything in my relationship, and I am just going to throw stuff out. And it could lead to me being homeless, but I'm ready to take that chance. I really am. Miller and Moulton, we need your help with our poll question today. All right. We think we have a really good question. We don't know what the answers should be. Swamp Buggy Races, Valentine's Day poll question, Mark. What is it we want to go with?
Well, I had a couple. And the first question that I thought of, and I thought of it right after the show yesterday, what's the most romantic thing about sports?
Ooh. Now, see, romantic, I'm wondering if that opens it up or if that limits it. Because you could say, what is it about sports you love the most?
Very different question. Both good. Very different question.
And so if we go with romantic, ladies and gentlemen, help us out. Okay.
Because we romanticize about sports. We do.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Okay. I threw out a possible answer and it sounds awkward, but if you think about it, when you get to a certain point in life, this for a lot of people is their favorite thing having to do with sports. It's who you watch them with. I mean, how many people listening right now, when they think about sports, they think about their mom or dad? I mean, I got a very moving email from a longtime listener of the show, Mark, who his dad was a Philadelphia guy. And so, with the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, and his dad passed away a few months ago. And, he watched the game and he said it was as if my dad was with me. This, maybe the greatest thing I love about sports was watching the Eagles and the Phillies with my dad. And I don't know if it fits under the umbrella of romantic, but to a lot of us, I mean, Mark, I don't want to get too deep here because I can get emotional talking about my grandfather very quickly. But one of the favorite things in my life was watching the Giants with my grandfather. I played a round of golf about a year after golfing with my grandfather for the last time, and literally was on the course, and the game didn't mean to me what it had meant for the first 37 years of my life. And I realized playing a round of golf that day, while I love golf, but I really loved golf with my grandfather. And it has never meant the same to me in the following 22 years. It just hasn't. So I don't know if that works.
I don't know if that could be the love of what you love about sports more than the romantic, but I know where you're getting at, because golf the same way. I've obviously, my dad had a bad back, so he didn't play the last 8-10 years of his life. I missed playing golf with my father.
Right.
And my son's starting to play golf, but he's not, I started playing golf at a pretty young age. I grew up playing with my dad. So it would be fun to play golf with my son, but I don't know if it would have the same meaning to me as the memories I had playing it as a child with my father. So I get what you're coming from there. There's no doubt.
And I don't know if that fits the answer, though. It would probably fit what is it you love about sports the most. Okay. But what is the most romantic thing about sports to you? What is the most romantic sport to you? We're trying to fit romance.
Yes, it's Valentine's Day, everybody.
Right. And if nothing else, maybe what this poll question will do throughout the show, one of you will hear it and go, "Oh, blank, it's Valentine's Day. I got to get going today." Because you can't lose today. All right. You can get one of those shootout ties. You at least got to come away with a point, preferably 2 today.
But think about it. There's no NHL tonight. There's no NBA tonight. There's mostly really bad college basketball tonight.
And there's not even racing tonight of the highest, order. They've had back-to-back nights in NASCAR, Xfinity's tomorrow, NASCAR Sunday. I mean, I don't know, maybe a truck race or something tonight. I mean, there's basically
virtually nothing.
Right.
So knock your girl's socks off. Be romantic. Celebrate Valentine's Day as we try to find our poll question, the most romantic things about sports on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Top of the morning to you. Happy Valentine's Day. Come on. Please tell us that you remembered it was Valentine's Day. Please tell us you got something planned, something going on today or tomorrow. But please. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
Big romantic plans in the Miller household tonight, David. 6 o'clock softball practice.
I know.
Nothing says romance like a softball practice.
Is the coach married?
Yeah.
Doesn't somebody have to go find her during practice and sit down and say, hey, come on, you don't want to be here, right?
I think they do. His wife is like the secretary of the league. I think this is a couple that lives for this stuff, which is great. We need that. They're volunteering. I am not knocking that at all. We need more volunteers. We need more coaches. We need more umpires. All of that stuff. Do not take what I'm saying. But there are certain families who live to be at the Little League Park.
I got you.
I think they are one of those families, and I commend them for it.
Well, and we were just talking about what is the most romantic thing about sports. And for many people, in some way, it is something to do with family. You know, whether it's coaching your kid, whether it's, sitting in the stands and just rooting your kids on. That to you is the most, romantic, I think, kind of, might throw some people off here. If we put thing you love most, you find the most special.
It's got to be the thing you love the most. I think we got to go to love because I think you're right. I think the romance thing throws people off.
I'm very comfortable with my feminine side. I was a golfer at a young age. I had no problem wearing the peach and the pink to school and getting the abuse that I got. Okay. Because, hey, that was my golf outfit. I don't know what to tell you. Had a nice peach polo. I wore it. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Wait a minute. When you played high school golf, you didn't have like a school golf shirt you wore to every match?
No.
Oh, see, we did.
Private school?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I did public and private, but both.
No, our coach let us dress, and sometimes we would be very well dressed. And sometimes we would dress as badly as possible. And we would tell him, we would say, listen, this is what we're thinking. I kid you not. The most uppity country club that we played at, the most uppity team that we played at, we would dress the worst to go play that meet.
It's not a lot of respect for the game or the course of the club, but hey, you're from Jersey. What can we do?
Whoa, take it easy now.
Oh, yeah.
This high school.
I actually, when you tell me that, I'm upset with your coach for allowing it.
Well,
not upset with you. You're a high school kid.
Once again, you need to know some perspective. So we were ranked 3rd in the state in football, and they were ranked 4th in the state, and we were playing late in the year. Really big game at their place. And it was a neighboring town, and Mark, the vandalism that they did to those of us at our high school and our cars and our school. I mean, they blew up a mailbox of our quarterback's house. I mean, honestly, it was amazing. They never experienced a week like it. Okay. And so you
got them back by wearing the worst clothes you could to a golf match.
Well,
you got them.
We're not going to, have violence. Okay. But what we wanted to show them was you guys mean so little to us. This is what we think of you.
You got them. I stand corrected. Hell, you might as well have hit him over the head with a putter. That was such a strong statement. I am sorry. I am wrong. You got him.
Literally, we got there, and then the country club said, you can't play looking like that. And we said, why? We're playing Colonia, for God's sakes. What can't you do in Colonia?
Again,
Really
I
nice.
I stand corrected.
I don't know what to.
I mean, this is like Shula growing the grass out. This is
I just-
unprecedented stuff here.
I mean, we were not going to blow up any mailboxes. We weren't going to vandalize any kids' cars in the school parking lot. I mean, we just wanted to make a statement. Basically, it was our
And
way
you
of
did.
it was our way of looking at them, spitting on the ground, rubbing our foot over it, and going, "This is what we think of you." That's all. Mark, we're 17, 18 years of age. I mean, come on now.
Hey, David, I don't know how many times I stand corrected. You guys won.
Stop
I mean,
it.
their
All right.
football team. Did you win the football game or lose the football game?
34-0. They didn't cross midfield. And that's not an exaggeration.
And then did you beat them in golf too?
Mark,
Holy crap! What did the tennis team do to them? I can't even imagine right now. Cross country? I mean, did they show up with socks on the wrong foot? I don't know. This is the toughest school district in the world.
We just thought we'd make a statement.
And
That's
you
all.
did.
Well, listen. Okay, believe me, we could have gone the violence route. Okay, but we thought, no, we'll go this route.
You roll up cigarette packs in your sleeves too? I mean, you guys were some tough golfers.
My father had the T-shirts and the camels. Okay, I could have asked him. He would have contributed it. Make as much fun as you want. We didn't lose a golf match for 2.5 years, by the way.
Well, obviously,
Okay.
with the toughness on your team, you just intimidated everybody.
Well, listen. They actually looked into whether or not they could give us like 1 or 2 stroke penalties before we teed off because of a dress code violation.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You looked right at him and said, I dare you. We haven't lost a match in 2. Give us a 1-stroke penalty. We'll out-putt you. How about that?
Let me tell you, they were the preppiest kids in the world, too. All
Might
right.
even flip my collar up.
I'll tell you. I'd take Steve Faber out back right now. Right now. 40 years later, Steve. Anytime you want, buddy. Anytime you want. That's
one tough golf team.
I think we wore the worst pair of pants that we had, and we went Hawaiian my senior year, I believe.
All I'm thinking of right now is Stripes when they're all sitting around telling the stories and Bill Murray finally talks. And your friends tried to make it with the cow. I want to party with
Party
you.
with you, cowboy. Yep.
That's where I'm at right now.
That's fine.
I mean, this is a tough golf team. It's so tough. When they were announced at the pep rally, they announced their weight with clubs.
That's right. He's 165 pounds, 173 with his set of Wilson staffs.
That's right.
Okay. Yep. My goodness. Those Wilson staffs, by the way, they were about as flexible as a sheet of iron. I don't know how I kind of feel like Nicholas testing his old clubs going, how did I ever hit the ball straight with these? Man.
So there you have it. What do you love about sports? Boy, I'll tell you, we have to come up with some answers. I have a whole new respect for David Moulton and his toughness on a golf course.
Okay.
I know now why he doesn't play anymore. He just intimidated the hell out of whoever he played.
All right. See, you divulge a little bit about yourself and they use it against you forever. Mark, I've been making statements since my teens. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say.
There's no doubt.
I have been thumbing my nose and more at authority since I was about 16 years old.
And not a damn thing has changed.
Nope.
If you are anything, David, it is consistent.
Should we tell the ESPN story before we sign off today?
No.
Yeah, I think we will. The starting 5 is next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that quite frankly saved the show in 2024, whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department. Thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. Why do you love sports, or what do you love about sports? What do you love most about sports?
What?
Okay.
Sonny, our coach, great dude.
All right. We need answers for this before I hear more about New Jersey golf. I want to get the poll question up.
What do you love about sports the most? Your favorite team winning. I think I have the four answers.
All right.
Your favorite team winning. Watching sports with family.
Okay.
Playing sports.
Okay.
Watching kids, grandkids play sports.
All right. Favorite team winning, watching sports with family, playing sport, watching your. I just have to watch your. Watching your kids play, because that's all I can get in the thing.
Okay.
Look at that. A poll questions up. All right, now more about your coach.
Well, because there was a question of
I just wanted to
about-
get the skull question up here.
about any cheaters, and I just want to say our coach was obviously very laid back. Great guy, tremendous golfer, by the way. And we had some good golfers on our team, and just sometimes when he wanted to shut us up, he'd literally we'd play a foursome with the top 3 guys on the team and him, and he'd beat us. And it was his way of then looking around going, so you guys going to listen to me or not? John Tooker was his name. Great dude. But let me tell you, if you even came close to committing rules infraction, he suspended players for matches because he thought they committed rules violations the match before. Mark would have loved them.
Damn right.
Definitely brown chicken. Memphis has been so money. They're destroying the AAC. And we said it last night. We're going to take a loss with this system play. I mean, if we had the option of not doing the play, we would have. Because Memphis is, I don't know, 5 in a row, 6 in a row against the system. And they're just crushing the AAC.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us midway through the show, at least midway through the show for the 239 and the 904. 8 a.m. Eastern is when Pat will join us. Brad Gillie in a couple hours, live from Daytona, the NASCAR broadcaster for a couple different outlets. Friend of the show, he will join us. The field is set for the 500. Who's in, who's out, who had to get in using a controversial provisional. Brad Gillie in a couple hours. Our Swamp Buggy poll question. A lot of different ways we could have gone with the question. A lot of different avenues we could have gone with the answers. Some of you are not going to like the answers, but this is what we came up with.
What do you love most about sports? Your favorite team winning? Watching sports with family? Playing sports? Watching your kids play? And if you're old enough to now say grandkids, you can apply that as well. I only have 25 characters for answers. I can only get so much in there.
Now, some of you were thinking back 9 at the Masters, game 7s, a game-winning drive, things like that. So, there's different ways we could have gone here. I don't know if we got a little sentimental with our question today, Mark. Is this a romantic / sentimental Valentine's Day poll question?
A little bit. A little bit.
So we're going bigger picture. Our thought being maybe because we're getting up there in age. Okay. Our thought being, when you get near the end of your life, are you really, are you thinking about the 2-minute drill from Montana? Or are you thinking more about, watching it with your kid, or you watched it with your dad? Is it the drive or watching the drive? If you know what we mean. So that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, our Valentine's Day poll question.
The starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting 5.
You know what? Let's start with hockey. USA, USA, USA. They were only leading Finland 2-1 after 2, started the third period on a power play, and Nelly. They scored 15 seconds into the period and then scored 11 seconds later. 2 goals in the first 26 seconds of the third period. It was a 4-goal third period for the U.S. The Kachuk brothers each had 2 goals. 6-1 USA over Finland. The U.S. gets 3 points. They lead the Four Nations face-off. 3 points to 2 over Canada. And it'll be the USA and Canada tomorrow night, 8 o'clock on ABC. So there. Matthew Kachuk, 2 goals and assist. Both the goals were third period power play goals. Brady Kachuk with a couple of goals as well. NBA, final night of games before the All-Star break. There were 5 of them. The Heat couldn't beat an undermanned Mavs team. No Kyrie, and Luka's in Los Angeles.
AD's already hurt.
Right. No Kyrie, no AD, and no Luka. And yet the Heat still couldn't beat him. And that's with Tyler Hero scoring 40. Mavs over Miami, 118-113. Heat enter the All-Star break 25-28. And yet,
don't worry, they're still in the playoffs.
In fact, is that good for the 7 seed? 25-28, 7 or 8 seed? I think they'd actually host the play-in game.
They are the 9 seed right now.
Oh, they fall into the 9. Okay. Golden State, by the way, is 3-1 since acquiring Jimmy Butler. Steph with 27. Warriors enter the break a game above 500. They beat Houston in Houston, 105-98. OKC, I think, mailed one in before the break. T-Wolves beat them 116-101. Oklahoma City and Cleveland, both 44-10 at the All-Star break. Wild one in New Orleans. My son-in-law saw his Kings lose to the Pelicans 140-133 into overtime. C.J. McCollum had 43 points, 37 of them mark after halftime. That's pretty good. That's 37 points in 29 minutes. Clippers beat Utah 120-116 in overtime. Right now, L.A. is the 6th seed out west heading into the break. College hoops, we told you the system doesn't work against Memphis. They're too good for the rest of the AAC. They just drill in AAC teams. We warned you. We said we have to play it. We have to, it's a system play. We have to play it. We urged you not to. Memphis beat South Florida easily, covered easily, 80-65. Maryland was a slight underdog at Nebraska. All 5 of their starters in double figures. Terps beat the Huskers 83-75. Around the state of Florida, Jacksonville stayed in first in the A-Sun with a 15-point win. They'll play North Alabama in a first-place showdown tomorrow. North Alabama beat North Florida 83-70. FGCU was tied for first. This is not a good loss. Loss at Austin Peay, 73-60, and now they have to go to Nashville and face Lipscomb, who's tied for first. And Lipscomb beat Stetson by 33 last night. It was a big night of women's hoops, Mark. Number 1 UCLA put their 23-game winning streak on the line at crosstown rival USC and took a lead into the 4th. And then Juju Watkins said, I'll take it from here. She had 38 of their 71 points. USC held UCLA to 8 points in the 4th quarter and won 71-60. South Carolina scored as many points in the first half as Florida scored in the whole game. 101-63 Gamecocks. Florida State with a bad loss. Louisville beat them in Tallahassee by 14, 83-69. Miami nearly knocked off 10th-ranked NC State, but lost in Raleigh 76-74. FIU a winner. FAMU and Bethune losers. Do want to make a college basketball programming note tonight. I believe it's at 8 o'clock. Maybe it's at 7. But, Mark, Doug Gottlieb's Green Bay squad has lost 20 in a row.
It's at 7 for the record.
They are 2-23 on the season. Having lost 20 straight, they host Northern Kentucky tonight. This the worst team they've played in like 3 weeks. They've been playing the top teams in the league and getting drilled. What are they, like a 5-point dog tonight, Green Bay? Having
A little more than that.
Are they?
6.5.
Okay. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to take a flyer. My hunch, not only will I take them in the points, wait for it, going to take them in the money line. Just saying. NFL.
How many in a row have they lost?
20.
And you're betting them.
Yes.
You're on your own.
Jets made it public, officially announcing they're moving on from Aaron Rodgers. So, Mark, what would you do if you're the new guy running the Jets? If you release them before March 12th, you take a $49 million cap hit. If you designate them a post-June 1st cut, your cap hit's only $14 million this year, but it's $35 next.
Well, that's what they're doing.
Well,
At least that's what it was reported. It's the post-June 1.
Well, you're still deferring $35 million to next year. I mean, it's the old, do you take it all right away or do you, break it up? And it's actually a much bigger hit next year.
I might take it all right away because I don't know how good they're going to be next year.
Saints Kellen Moore, non-committal on Derek Carr. See, the Saints have cap issues again. In fact, they are the worst cap situation right now in the league. They have to cut like 50-something million to get down to the cap. Oh, yeah, Carr's cap hit this year is $51.4 million. And the Giants, let it be known, they're selling 10% of the franchise. Their franchise is valued at around $7.5 billion. Would you pay $750 million for 10%? What does that get you? Doesn't get you anything. You're not in charge, not making any decisions. John Mara can keep making one mistake after another. Nothing you could do. The dual 150s were last night. Bubba Wallace, Austin Cindric won them. Ross Chastain finished fourth in the first duel. Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, fourth and fifth in the second duel. It's tough to bet against Logano in this thing, isn't it? I mean, he wins a lot. He's won here before. Remember he came on the show and then won?
I do.
During our second act?
Yeah.
Helio Castroneves had an accident in the first duel, but he gets to use the controversial world-class driver provisional to get in the race because he filed the paperwork in time. Jimmy Johnson and Martin Truex Jr. didn't file the paperwork. They had to race their way in, and they both did. So there will be 41 cars in this field, biggest field in 10 years. Oh, by the way, Dale Jr. fielding a car at the NASCAR level, and Justin Allgaier got him in the field. The Xfinity champion raced his way in. Corey LaJoie also racing his way into the Daytona 500. Mark, did you see what the LPGA approved yesterday?
I did not.
And this was player-driven. A new pace of play policy that will go into effect late March. If you are 1 to 5 seconds over time in hitting your shot, you will be fined. If you are 6 to 15 seconds over time in hitting your shot, you will receive a 1-shot penalty. If you are more than 15 seconds over time, you will get a 2-shot penalty.
And the women can be slow.
Yes, Nelly
They're
Corda.
very methodical. They use their caddies a lot.
Yep. Nelly Corda said, listen, I keep hearing we're a form of entertainment. Well, how can slow play be entertaining? She said, we got to move this along. She said, when I first came on tour, we played rounds in under 5 hours. Now I don't play a round in less than 5.5. Good for her. Other golf news, the Genesis at Torrey Pines. Course played tough. Denny McCarthy's your leader.
Like 60 degrees and windy.
He's your leader at just 4 under, 1-shot lead. Scheffler 2 back, Rory even par, JT at 1 over, Adam Scott and Matsuyama 2 over. And if you've never checked out the LIV, this would be the tournament to check out. They're in Australia, and they love their golf. And you know what Phoenix is like for the PGA Tour? That's what Adelaide is like for the LIV. In fact, there's a guy who had a hole-in-one during the practice round yesterday, and he was just serenaded with beer and water from people throwing their drinks from the crowd. So just throwing that out there. And at 9 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and getting pelted by beer that you need to know here on a Valentine's Day edition of Miller and Moulton.
We have our Swamp Buggy Races poll question up. What do you love most about sports? Your favorite team winning, watching sports with family, playing sports, or watching your kids play are your choices. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
So to go back to something that Mark was referencing last segment where I don't play well with others sometimes, particularly authority. So this year, ESPN wants to do something different. They want to have an end-of-the-year Zoom call with each of us individually. Well, I've ignored like 17 emails. I'm not doing this. I have no interest in this. One, you shouldn't be soliciting my opinion. You got enough people. ESPN's like the Pentagon. They have enough layers. Somebody make a decision and let's go. So I've been telling Mark, I go, I'm not doing this. And Mark is pleading with me. Just do the meeting. Sit there. Nod. 10, 15 minutes.
Play the game is what I keep telling him. Just play the game.
So, Mark, as an ode to you, I scheduled the appointment.
Good for you, David.
Yeah. It'll probably cost me my job because I won't keep my mouth shut. And when he asks what's wrong with the broadcast, I'll say, well, where do we start? But, okay, for you, I'll take the meeting.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Valentine's Day. Thanks so much for being with us. Pat Kirwan, 1 hour from now, we'll talk plenty of football. There's always stuff to talk about. How about that crazy, what was it, like a 2 to 4 hour rumor yesterday that was running wild about the Steelers and Trevor Lawrence? I mean, come on. There's not anything to this, right?
I am very uncertain about Trevor Lawrence.
I know you
I
are.
hope so for Pittsburgh's sake.
What do you mean you hope so for Pittsburgh's sake? You hope what?
That it's just a rumor.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't trade for Trevor Lawrence. Not in a million years. What the hell is he proven? I mean, in all seriousness, is Trevor Lawrence worth giving up? What would you give up for him? You've got to deal with that contract.
Which hasn't kicked in yet, by the way.
Right. So what, do you want me to give you a 6 to take that contract off your hands?
Well, you're going to have to give him a lot more than that because
I know.
Well, not just because he's their quote-unquote franchise quarterback, but also my understanding is all of the future bonus money immediately goes on your cap. I thought I saw where if the Jags traded Trevor Lawrence, it'd be a $133 million cap hit. Because, you got the whole 5-year, $275 million contract, which doesn't even kick in for another year. So all of the bonus money tied to that, plus this final year of his rookie deal, you add it all up, and that would be the immediate cap hit for the Jags.
Maybe this rumor got started because when they were doing Zoom interviews, they asked all the GMs to come up with trade proposals.
You're being a little critical of the Jags hiring process.
Yes, I'm being a lot critical of the Jags hiring process. The fact that they did not hired a general manager shows you how little power this general manager is going to have. Why not just let Liam Cohn pick whoever the hell he wants to be the GM? Because that's what they've done essentially. He better be able to fix quarterbacks. That's all I'm telling you. Because Trevor's broken, and he can be fixed.
Here's what concerns me, because I actually think it's possible. Because the Jets did this, and you could say, well, it didn't work out. True. But the Jets actually had their coach, and they went through the draft, and then they got rid of the general manager, and they brought in Joe Douglas. And Joe was running the show. It wasn't the head coach. Joe was running the show. So I think it can be done. Is it awkward at first? Sure. But
it can be done. But let me just, David, you were ultra critical of Joe Douglas, the GM. So to compare it to a guy who you think failed as a general manager is not what I would consider a model move to make.
No. And Mark, I said at the very beginning, I said it didn't work out. Okay. But you're implying that whoever they hire as general manager is basically going to be getting Cohen's lunch for him. And I'm saying that it can be done where you can hire the general manager second and say, but the general manager is the authority. Because Joe Douglas was the authority with the Jets. Now, he had some horrible moves. And we're finding out now he actually had 1 or 2 tremendous moves he wanted to make, and Woody Johnson vetoed them. But no, Joe Douglas is, has to be viewed as a failure of a general manager. He had, 5+ years. The Jets didn't have a winning record. There's no other way to judge it. He drafted Zach Wilson 2nd overall. He drafted Mekhi Becton instead of Tristan Wirfs when they really needed a tackle. How's that working out?
Really good for the Eagles.
Well, yeah, and very good for the Bucks. Okay, but I'm just saying that, yes, it's awkward. Here's my biggest problem. They interviewed John Robinson yesterday, the former general manager of the Tennessee Titans. He's the guy who traded A.J. Brown out from under Mike Vrabel's nose to the Eagles. And then drafted the wide receiver from Arkansas who can't play. I mean, how can you give that guy an interview to be your general manager? I mean, he was a scout with the Bucks back in the day, and if you want to make him a part of your front office, okay. But I mean, seriously, the last big thing he did was sell off A.J. Brown. And then the guy he drafted to replace him, not good. And it destroyed the Titans. It absolutely destroyed the Titans. A year
Wasn't
later,
he responsible for drafting Will Levis also?
I don't think so. I thought he got replaced.
He was already fired by then? Okay.
Yeah, I think this new guy, or the current guy, I should say, was Levis. I thought Robinson got let go in 2022, and Levis was a 2023 second rounder. But, I mean, sorry, John. Is there a job for you? Yeah, I can give you a job. I can't give you the general manager's job. And I know you did some other good things, but I don't know what to tell you. You guys were the number 1 seed in the playoffs one year. You went to the AFC Championship game one year. Your head coach told A.J. Brown, we are not getting rid of you. Don't worry about it. And you traded him for like the 23rd pick in the draft, too. I mean, A.J. Brown's the top 10 receiver in the league, right?
I think so.
Yeah, probably bottom of the top 10, right? I mean, he's a number 1, correct?
He for sure is a number 1.
Okay, would you trade the 23rd pick of the draft? I mean, if you had the 23rd pick in the draft and there was a wide receiver of A.J. Brown's caliber available, wouldn't you give it up for A.J. Brown? The Eagles did. I mean, think about who the Eagles have acquired. The Eagles have been very aggressive. Sometimes it was just a very small move in the draft. They got ahead of the Giants and took Devontae Smith. All right. They moved up one spot to make sure they got Jalen Carter. Traded a first-round pick for A.J. Brown. They gave the biggest free agent deal to a running back we had seen in years. I mean, they've been aggressive. But come on, Mark. You're going to hire – I mean, how does John Robinson defend that?
David, I don't think it's I don't think you can defend it.
And he had to know that Vrabel told A.J. Brown, don't worry, we're not trading you. You're not going anywhere. I'm not going to let them trade you.
It
And
was
John
his
Robinson,
power play, basically.
yeah, well, guess what?
I'm running this team. Vrabel's not running this team.
Right. That's a hell of a move to make, by the way. Because also, here's the other thing. And I was president of his fan club. But he had Ryan Tannehill at quarterback. He had Derrick Henry at tailback, and he had A.J. Brown. And of those three, he chose Tannehill and Derrick Henry? And you know my fondness for Ryan Tannehill, but you got to be kidding me. I'm the president of the Ryan Tannehill fan club. I wouldn't choose Ryan Tannehill over A.J. Brown. And by the way, that was A.J. Brown 3 years ago, A.J. Brown. I mean, A.J. Brown was like 25. But he didn't want to pay him. I don't know what to tell you, man. You get a number 1 wide receiver, you got to pay him.
And pay him early so you don't have to overpay him.
Yeah.
Don't do what Dallas did with CeeDee Lamb and wait until you're cornered and have to overpay the receiver. And CeeDee Lamb very well be worth the money Dallas is paying him. But if they would have done it anywhere from 6 months to a year earlier, maybe even 3 months earlier, they would have saved themselves millions of dollars.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a word of the day. Proactive. Yes, proactive. So, I mean, imagine if A.J. Brown was in a big-time passing offense. I mean, if he was on a team where they run the ball 58 to 60% of the time. I mean, imagine what A.J. Brown's numbers could be. Imagine if A.J. Brown replaced T. Higgins in Cincinnati. What would his numbers be?
So you're saying what could Brown do for you?
Oh, look at you on fire on this Valentine's Day. On fire. Dale Jarrett. I mean, Mark Miller joining us here on Miller and Moulton.
I see what you did there.
Just,
I see what you did there.
It's an old
the 500s this weekend.
Yeah. And Dale Jarrett was the UPS driver. And right. Listen, Mark, if it's an old school NASCAR sponsorship reference, I'm your guy. I am your guy.
I will say the Swamp Buggy Races poll question this week. We had a little Daytona. How many of you are going to watch? Yesterday's poll question was how much of the Four Nations face-off are you planning on watching?
Did hockey win?
Oh, hockey not only won, David. The most votes, 40% of the votes were for watching as much as I can, beating out none. It's hockey at 35%. 25% said they're watching the USA. And by the way, not even predicted, as told to you yesterday, they booed our anthem in Montreal.
Yep. Oh, wait till tomorrow night, how loud it is. They'll be at a fever pitch for USA Canada. Wait to how badly they boo us tomorrow. I hope the Kachuk brothers drop the gloves, score 4 goals, and win 2 fights.
You can't really run McDavid because he's strong enough to stand up to you. And Sid's never been afraid in his life, but he's a little older. I'd try to put Sidney Crosby through the boards.
Well, Sweden actually got a really good shot on Crosby in the second period of game 1. It was a legit open ice, good shot on him. I'm with you, Mark. Totally. We suck? Oh, we suck, do we? Okay. We can play that game. True road game tonight, huh? Oh, we can play a road game. There's no team in this
we're
tournament.
built to play this game better than you.
Damn right.
We truly are.
We're better than you, by the way. Yeah. And you know what? For the first time maybe ever, we don't have any problem telling you that. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Apparently Notre Dame hired someone from the Lions,
Yeah.
the director of scouting, to be their GM.
Did you hear Shaq last night?
I did not hear it. I read it.
F it, Ernie. We're getting fired anyway. ESPN's like, no, we're going to air your show. They're like, we really don't have a lot of interest. We'll take the money, but whatever. There you go. Okay. Actually, my understanding is the teams only have one jersey for this tournament.
So it's not on Barstool anymore, and I can't think of the guy's name, but he has a Sunday conversation, but it's spelled like a Sunday, like that you eat.
Okay.
And the one guy sits in the middle and eats an ice cream sundae while the other guy does the interview. It's very much a between two ferns type of thing. He had Brady on this week. He goes through a scenario with Brady. He's like, he says, Edelman, Amendola, Gronkowski, color commentate. And he starts talking. He's no. 3 white receivers. And then he gets him through this whole scenario of doing the end of the game thing. And Brady's explained, well, I'd throw a pass first. He goes, well, he didn't do that. Well, then I'd roll out to the right. He goes, no, you got to drop back. And he's going through all these things. He goes, that was you at the Super Bowl. He goes, so what you're saying is you cost your team the game?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan's going to join us in 40 minutes' time. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We got USA and Canada tomorrow night, 8 o'clock ABC. We got the Daytona 500 Sunday afternoon. Fox is saying the race starts at 2:30. I've been told it starts at 3:11. So, maybe be prepared at 2:30, but also give yourself, time to do something. Unless, I don't know, is race introductions really that important to you? I'm going to take a very unpopular take here, but I mean it because you and I don't do the fake click, generate headlines conversation talk. Yeah, if I was the Jets, I would have kept Aaron Rodgers. Do you know what his cap hit was if he was their quarterback next year? $23.5 million.
Okay.
He threw for 3,900 yards and 28 touchdowns on a awfully coached team. Everybody's saying the Jets were one of the worst coached teams in recent memory last year. He was not bad. He only threw 11 interceptions.
You're right.
Pretty good for a two. By the way, he is close to the same offensive line as the Chiefs. 2 tackles who can't block and a decent interior. 3,900 yards, 28 TDs, 11 interceptions. $23 million? What are they going to do at quarterback this year and get that kind of production for that kind of money?
David, you may be right at the quarterback position, but let me ask you this question. Because there's more to Aaron Rodgers than Sunday. And what Aaron Glenn's trying to do is do basically what Dan Campbell did in Detroit, to turn a bad franchise around. Make no mistake, this is a god-awful franchise with terrible ownership. You got a quarterback who was running the team, who could go to the owner and get what he wanted.
Right. And that was their mistake. No question about it. We all admit that, first off, they got a very bad break with Rodgers tearing his Achilles 4 plays into the 23
They
season.
did.
But yeah, the way they handled it was a mistake. You can't give the inmates that much power. They will run the asylum.
Do you think they could actually take it back from Aaron?
Yes.
Because they put a lot of demands on Aaron. You can't do the McAfee show if you're going to play for us.
Which, by the way, I don't think is allowed. I don't think they're allowed to get away with that. I mean, I think they would have to have it in the contract. I mean, I heard a couple of NFL people yesterday go, can't believe they said this out loud, because they can't do that. So unless it's literally, I mean, if they sit down and say you can only come back if, but my understanding was what I heard yesterday, they would have had to work that into his contract. No outside media appearances or what have you. But that if he doesn't agree to it, what can the Jets do? Cut him. Okay. But then they don't have him. And I'm just saying, like, Tyrod Taylor's the only quarterback on their roster right now. And we all know the 2 or 3 veteran quarterbacks that are available and what we think the price tag is going to be. And remember, Mark, I got to take a cap hit now for getting rid of him.
You're right. Let me ask you, what would it cost to go from 7 to 1?
What do you mean?
In the draft, to go from 7 to 1. Because Tennessee has said that their draft pick is for sale. The Jets are at 7. What's it cost to go get the first pick if you're at 7?
In past years, it probably would have taken 3 1s. Maybe you could get away with 2 1s and a 2. But to go from 7 to 1, and also everybody knows you're taking a quarterback, probably 3 1s.
Now, I wouldn't do it for Cam Ward, but I think because Tennessee is willing, and I think others would be willing, I think the Jets, at worst, could get ahead of the Raiders and get Sanders.
Raiders are at 6.
Yes. But I think Jacksonville would be a willing trade partner.
Where are the Jags again? 5?
5.
Although I don't know. I mean, I'll say this. If you're the Jags, you want the 2 quarterbacks to go early. I mean, because now you're getting I mean, think about it. If the 2 quarterbacks can go before you, that means you're going to get either Hunter, Mason Graham, or the pass rusher from Penn State. I mean, so if I'm the Jags, I may agree to this deal in theory, but I'm going to hold on a second. I'm going to wait to see how the draft unfolds. Because if I can get one of those 3 non-quarterbacks, I ain't moving.
So I think there are options for the Jets. I believe that there are, because there are teams that have already said they're willing to trade, and they're at 7.
But is that your plan? now you're going to give up whatever it takes to get one of these two quarterbacks in the draft, and that's your plan. Because I'm taking a minimum of $14 million cap hit this year and $35 million cap hit next year, or I'm taking the whole $49 million cap hit this year. I mean, think about it. His cap, even if they do post June 1st, Mark, $14 million this year. Well, hell, he was only going to cost $23.5 if you kept him. I mean, I'd literally be in the meeting looking at you going, Mark, he's costing us $9.5 million to keep him. We're paying him $14 million on the cap. If we cut him post June 1, it's an extra $9.5 million to keep him. We don't have anyone else. 3,900 yards, 28 TDs, 11 interceptions. He was not awful. He was decent, actually. Got better as the year went on. Looked like he got healthier as the year went on in recovering from the Achilles. I'll just ask you an open-ended question. Will the Jets quarterback next year be better, the same, or worse than Aaron Rodgers was this year?
Statistically, it'll be worse. There's no doubt. I don't see whoever they get putting up those numbers. Do I see the Jets as a team being better than 5-12 without Aaron Rodgers? I could see that. Not much. I don't see them going a whole lot better this year. But there is some talent on that football team.
Although, if they're getting rid of Rodgers, then they're probably getting rid of Devontae.
Yes.
Boy, what a nice trade that was by the owner.
Really was.
If I was Joe Douglas, I would have quit right at that moment. I mean, he knew he was dead man walking. You might as well just, I know you have a family. I know you have.
You get paid. You get fired, so you get paid.
Whatever.
That's why there's no integrity in those jobs, David. It's far more beneficial to be fired than it is to be prideful and quit.
Couldn't he have gone into Woody Johnson's office and cursed him out to such a degree that he got fired and then said, yes, that's what I was trying to do?
Should have worn Namath's jersey to a board meeting and had strawberries. Yes, he should have gone full Costanza. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
So my case is not making any impact on you that his cap hit for this year would have been $23.5 million. This is why, to me, the whole Stafford being traded thing I find absurd. And if I end up being wrong, I'll eat all the crow possible. Do you know Matthew Stafford this year's $27 million against the cap and next year's like 32? Really? They're going to find a quarterback in Matthew Stafford's area code for 2 years and $59 million? Seriously? What drugs are they taking?
I think the only part of that is to maybe get out from the Cooper Kupp contract, which is going to kill them. So I can't help you, David. But you're right. They can't, particularly with what's out there in the quarterback market. Pat Kirwan in 30 minutes.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement Or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So can I ask folks, I was not aware of this until receiving a text in the last hour. So the Savannah Bananas are in town
Yeah, I think so.
at JetBlue,
I believe that's correct.
and apparently it's standing room only.
That is correct.
A lottery ticket system for the Savannah Bananas in Southwest Florida, 3 games in 3 days.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're selling out Major League Baseball
I
stadiums.
no, I know. I just mean, is this not staggeringly
It's the Globetrotters in their heyday, David.
wow. I gotta go. I gotta, get off my butt. Michael, you sold Savannah Banana tickets at $200 a pop. Wow. I will say, my buddy texted me and said I probably could have gotten $250 a ticket, but I'm going with my wife and kids, and they are psyched. Don't you want to find out what these guys are making? I'm impressed they got JetBlue.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till Pat Kirwan will join us at the top of the hour. Brad Gillie joins us live from Daytona 1 hour from now. Happy Valentine's Day. Please tell us that you got your act together to some degree. Something, a little something for the effort. Come on now. Can't take an L today. Can't take an L today. You can suffer an overtime or shootout loss, but you can't suffer a regulation loss today. You got to get points out of the game today. So, think of it in hockey terms. Need at least 1 point. 2 would be preferred. 3 would be outstanding. So, happy Valentine's Day. Along those lines, it's kind of sort of the focus of our poll question. I mean, we're just trying to touch your heart a little bit. All right. What do you love most about sports? Now, we could have gone sports specific, a Game 7, the back 9 of the Masters, AFC, NFC Championship weekend. We could have gone that route. But instead, I don't know, little touchy-feely maybe. Valentine's Day after all. Is it your favorite team winning? That's what I love best. I just want my team to win. I don't care about any of this other romantic stuff. Is it watching sports with your dad, your mom, your granddad, your son, daughter, grandkids? Is it when you played sports? Oh, back in the day, I was a handful.
Should have seen me when we went to the Rich Country Club to take on the arch rival.
Jeans with holes in them and the Hawaiian shirt with a button missing in the
We
middle.
showed them.
Darn right we did. We told them, you think we're poor blank trash. Imagine what we think of you. Or is your favorite thing in sports watching your kids or grandkids play? Is that what, gives you that feeling that nothing else about sports does? So those are our choices. Mark, right now, it's not a very romantic crowd.
No, not a lot of votes.
And you know what I love most about sports? Yeah.
My team winning.
Yes. That's everything else I don't give a you know what about. I want winners. Thank you, Mike Singletary. So there we go. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. I feel badly, Mark.
This Valentine's Day.
I feel badly, Mark. I feel as if I led you down the wrong path. You had this poll question 20 plus hours ago, and I feel as if my answers ruined it.
No, I think that it was a tough question to provide answers for.
I
don't think our audience is that lovey-dovey.
Well, obviously, they are certainly showing us that. You know what one of our answers should have been? Gambling. We should have forget the whole lovey-feely, touchy. It just go right to the, yeah. So what do you love most about sports? Your favorite team winning or gambling?
Yeah, we probably should have had gambling in there.
Yeah.
Probably should have.
But we tried to touch at your heartstrings. It's Valentine's Day after all. It's coming back to bite us.
Them's are the breaks. 21,000's the text line, 21000 if you want to text the show with what you love about sports. We did have a text early in the show, David, that he nominated a poll question himself, which I always appreciate the texters chiming into the show. And he said, how about the craziest Valentine's gift you ever gave someone? And I don't give crazy gifts, so that's not in my repertoire. But he then answered it with, my brother bought his girlfriend a new deadlift bar for powerlifting.
Not a birthday gift.
Valentine's Day.
Right. Valentine's Day.
Here's your deadlift bar, honey. let's go to the gym. If I get really excited, I'll clean and jerk for you.
Hello. Oh, there's a couple other jokes, and we're going to stay away from them because, well, we want to be back on the air on Monday. Bum. So is this hockey thing working?
To me, it is so far.
Now, you're a hockey guy, though.
Part of it is the angst the Canadians have, the Canadian fans have towards the Americans. David, for a long time, we have said in sports, hate is good.
Yes, it is.
And right now, the Canadians, I don't know if they hate us, but they don't like us. And that's usually not the case.
No, we're allies. We're neighbors.
Friends, even.
And partners and a lot of stuff.
For a long damn time.
Right. We don't mind when a Canadian athlete wins a medal. Okay?
We don't even mind when they come visit Southwest Florida. We'd like you to tip a little better. I speaking for all my server friends out there, for the bartenders, for the cart barn guys, we'd like you Canadians to tip a little better.
But we love having you.
Right.
And you hate us.
And you can hate us, and you can say things about us. But here's the thing. You boo our anthem, our national anthem, Dems fighting words.
Yep.
Because then you don't just get hockey fan involved. You actually get sports fan involved. You actually get the fan going, are they booing our anthem? I'm flying the flag a little higher. I'm getting that USA shirt on.
Now, in the Twitch chat room, we're being told that it's like fake hate. You know, Lucifer says they hate us, but they're sorry about it.
No, right now they're upset. It's political. We don't do politics on the show. It doesn't. I mean, we're going to put tariffs on Canada. It's what it all stems from.
You know, Feeney says Canadian hate is like mild Taco Bell sauce.
It kind of is. I think Feeney hit the nail on the head with that one.
Tell you what, though, you boo our anthem, we'll send the Kachuk brothers out after you.
Exactly.
And if you keep going, the old man might lace them up for a couple of fourth line shifts, too. Just say, don't get Keith coming out of the crowd, all right? The Kachuk brothers had 4 goals last night for the U.S. They're pretty good.
Yes, they are.
And they hit people.
And that will be the part of the USA-Canada game that will be interesting, because the one thing you cannot do against this Canadian team is take penalties, because they're going to score really quickly on the power play.
We're going to get jobbed tomorrow. We are. I'm just telling you right now. I feel like we're playing the Chiefs tomorrow. Remember how first drive of the game, there was a call that went against the Eagles, and we all looked at one another like, seriously? Mark, we're going to be in the box in the first 5 minutes tomorrow. Come on. You know it. You know it. You know it's going to happen. We're going to get some BS roughing penalty because we had the audacity to hit somebody. You know we're going in the box tomorrow. Over under 3.5, the number of power plays for Canada. Over under 3.5.
Under.
Okay. I hope so.
Under. U.S. took 2 penalties last night. It might be one more than that.
It's Finland. Come on. I mean, Finland doesn't hit. Finland's like that mild sauce. I hope you're right. I hope you're right, because I think it's the only way we can lose is if we're in the box. But USA Canada tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. I'll be curious how many people will watch primetime hockey because, well, USA, USA, USA. It's not the Olympics. It's a made-for-TV event. But will you be watching on a very slow sports weekend? You can make the argument for those, and I've been one of them, that is like, listen, we got to get this spring football league thing off the ground. Yeah, this would have been a good weekend to have spring football.
Is the All-Star game Saturday night, NBA?
I thought it's Sunday night.
Sunday night. Okay, so they're not even going up against that.
No, Saturday, I think, is dunk contest, three-point shooting, and anything
There you
else.
go.
By the way, they're
It's
not
doing the Ionesco Curry thing. They agreed that they couldn't add anything to it, so they decided not to do it.
And Caitlin Clark didn't want to do it. That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping it was going to be Steph and Dame, because Dame's won like 2 or 3 three-point shooting contests in a row, against Sabrina and Caitlin. Or if you want to do the whole, PGA, LPGA thing and combine them, okay. Put Caitlin with Steph and Sabrina with Dame, whatever. But that's what I thought they were going to do. But Caitlin said, no, I'm good.
Which I don't want. I'm disappointed. I wish she would have done it. She wants her first three-point shooting contest to be in the WNBA All-Star game, which is going to be on her home court this year, right?
Correct. And that's
so
what
I get it. I get it. It's not a level, it's not the level of disappointment that my grandma had with me when I threw a party in her house when she was in Florida for the winter and she got in a lot of trouble. Not that level of disappointed. I'm just disappointed because whatever sequence you want, the girls against the guys, the combination would have been fun to watch.
She's being very loyal to WNBA. She didn't take part in the NBA three-point shooting contest. She didn't sign with this, what's it?
Unrivaled.
Yeah. I mean, in which they offered her like $3 to $5 million to play in a 3-on-3 league. She's like, no, man, I'm good. I got endorsement money. Spend time with my boyfriend. I'm good. Thanks, though. Appreciate it.
Did she miss the boat? Or is her star so bright that these opportunities are going to last for a decade?
Yeah, I actually think she did the right thing. Also, she needed a break. She played a lot of basketball for 2 years. And I think she needed the offseason to rest and then get a little stronger. And they're going to be really good, by the way. They've made 2 tremendous moves. That Indiana team's going to be a top 3 team in the league.
That's good. They need them to be. You need your star player, not the best player, the star player in the league. She's the most popular player in the league. I don't think that's deniable. But you need the team with your star player to be good. Magic and Bird benefited by playing for good teams right out of the chute. And the league benefited from that tremendously. This league will benefit from Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever being good.
First year of Larry, Celtics went to the conference final. First year of Magic, they won the NBA finals. That's all. No big deal or anything. Just immediate success. I think the Celtics went from winning like 28 games to 60-something. No big deal or anything. Miller and Moulton. It is a shame, by the way. Let's be fair here. We've been railing on the Pro Bowl and the NFL and what have you. Man, talk about what's happened to All-Star Weekend in the NBA. I mean, we love the slam dunk contest. We love the three-point contest. We watched it. And it's not like Mark that now listen, the big guns stars of the league are not participating in the dunk contest. They used to. All right. But really good players are competing in the three-point shooting contest. I don't know that the field is a whole lot weaker than what it was back in the day, so to speak. But
David, though, back in the day, there weren't 53s chucked up a game.
yeah,
That was a specialty. We thought of it differently. Now, to watch guys shoot three-pointers, I mean, why don't we just have a big man three-point contest to see which 7-footer can shoot threes the best? They all shoot threes.
that's a damn good point, Mark. That's a damn good point.
And as you said, for the dunk contest, when Michael was in the dunk contest and now no one will participate in the dunk contest, I'm not sure why we should watch. We do hope you listen to Pat Kirwan. He's next on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Pat.
Good morning, Mark. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Great. Just settling back into being down here and
Yep.
having a normal life. And I'm fast approaching my first weekend without work.
There you go.
Mhm.
There you go. No Saturday shows in the off season, right?
Nope, I take what just in season. It's 20 weeks.
Okay.
Maybe 22, I guess, with the whole shoot match. But yeah, this is it. Weekends off from now till
Nice.
whenever. Now till the camp tour, because we just go to camp stops on Saturday, so it turns into 6 days a week then too. But yep, it's really good. I squeezed in 18 holes on Tuesday, and then 9 holes on Wednesday, which is the first time I played 2 days in a row in almost a year.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was dealing with a knee issue and then freaking foot issue and all that crap. But nope, kind of excited about the future, which is here. And the Blades are home coming up week, so my brothers are coming. Those guys are hockey nuts, so I'm really fired up about that. The prospects of free time. Ba, 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 ba. I feel,
Buddy that's got the boat been doing any fishing at all?
we have not, but I talked to Steve yesterday about that. One of my grandsons is flying down tonight for the weekend because they have Monday off from school.
Right.
And he's a fishing fool. So, but you know what Steve told me? Excuse me. He went out 2 weeks ago, and he said out where he likes to fish, where I go with him, we're about 45 to 50 miles out. He said there were 3 huge shrimp boats dragging. And he said there was nothing around. They were just pulling up all the fish.
Oh. No bueno there.
No, that sucks. So I say when that happens, get inshore about 10 miles out. I hate inshore fishing or anything close, but if they're dragging out there, there's no reason to go out there. I'm just getting, you know what? I enjoy getting ready for free agency and the draft simultaneously. So it's always fun. Yesterday I was just working on, I love to remind people the dead money of guys that don't play for your team. Like I said to some Saint fan, I said, you know that your team's still paying $9 million of cap charge on Michael Thomas. Really? I said, yeah. You know when they say June 1st cut, you know what that means? A year from now, and you can't even remember he played for you, you're still being charged. And I love Kellen Moore. Oh yeah, it's going to be great. Let's see here. You have $48 million dead money on 3 guys.
Yeah, if I've got this right, they're $54 million over the cap, $59 million of effective cap pace over the cap.
Yeah, and they have, you know, Mickey is smart, but Mickey also keeps pushing the future down the road, and it's catching up to him. Those 3 guys, Lattimore, Thomas, and don't forget Jameis Winston, still on the books for $7.4 million. They have $48 million of dead money in 3 guys.
Well, also, Pat, hasn't he pushed so many contracts down the road that, like, if he wanted to cut bait with some of his bigger contracts, he would take full cap hits this year, wouldn't he?
Well, he has about 15 guys that the cap hit is bigger when they cut them than keeping them.
Right.
That's how much leverage is in the future money. So the last time I looked, he had about 15 guys, around $20 million dead money each.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home in the 239 and the 904. Final hour of the show in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, thanks for being with us. Happy Valentine's Day. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, what is it you love about sports? And I don't think you like any of our answers, to be honest with you. We know you love sports. You're listening to the show, but I don't think you like our answers. But check out the poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton about X. Right now, you're answering that you love it when your team wins. Okay. He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS's NFL Today show. He's joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat and all our guests joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. How you doing?
I'm doing great, fellas. And I was listening to your stuff on why people like sports, and it made myself think of some answers. Like, I think it's really some of the only things left on television that for most people feel is real. It's a real drama, and there's a risk of winning and losing. I think that, and I'll say that because we have so many women who call our show now that love football. And I always ask them why they do. And I think they're just bored and tired of fake television. And they like the suspense of something that they perceive as real. So I think that's part of it. The gambling is certainly part of it. I don't see a lot of women who call our show say they gamble, but the men a heavy-duty number gamble there.
No doubt with that. And yeah, I think they figured out that reality shows, when they found out reality shows weren't real,
Yeah.
maybe that started it. We were talking off air, Pat. You get excited this time of year because there are two things you are preparing for: free agency and the draft. And with free agency, it's all about what you have available in cap space. And there are a lot of teams that have a lot of work to do before free agency begins.
Yeah, well, you can't start until you see what they're working with, because money's power, cap space is power, and your team does not get basically constructed in the summer at camp. In the old days, it did. When we were all kids and went to camp, we were watching them try out. Now they go to rehearse. The roster is built really from St. Patrick's Day until the end of the spring. So you got to know what problems they're all up against. New Orleans, we were talking about them. They have three players: Michael Thomas, Lattimore, and Jameis Winston, still on the books for $48 million of dead cap money. But they're not alone. There's a lot of guys we forgot about. And as someone as prudent and as smart as the Green Bay Packers, Preston Smith, $9.8 million, Campbell, $7.9 million. So they're sitting there with that. And we're sitting at, and what was the last time we saw Xavier Howard play in Miami? Well, he's on the books for $15.7 million, and he's not even there. So all those guys that did a June 1st cut because they didn't have the cap space then, now they're paying it off now. And for a lot of them, Mark, it turns out to be a bang in their cap space this year. Armstead, there's another one. San Francisco, I forgot he played for him. It's $15.5 million. I think I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 16 guys that are on the books as dead cap for well over $10 million. There's a lot of guys. And that quarterback group, maybe this is the last thing I'll say. Jameis is getting hit. New Orleans, 7.4. Russell's getting hit for 32 in Denver. Daniel Jones, 22 in New York. Garoppolo, almost 13. And then if you, and that's $74 million in cap space. But if Rodgers, Cousins, and Stafford enter this mix, it could go to over $200 million in cap space for those guys. And they won't be on the teams that had them.
Pat, I'm not kidding when I say this. I know there's only 32 of them. I would not have taken the Saints job. If I'm Kellen Moore, I'll do another year at Philly. I mean, look at what I have to work with. One of the two best offensive lines, one of the best or second best running back.
Yeah.
Arguably the best wide receiving core if Chase and Higgins break up. A top 8, 10 tight end. Okay. A top 12 quarterback. I mean, seriously, the Saints job from a cap standpoint, Pat, is a disaster. They can't win in the next 2-3 years if they need to take and bite the bullet now to have a chance to win in 2027.
Yes, that is absolutely true. I would agree with you. He's young enough, and I'm in my mind that he didn't have to jump at this one. I think most of us, if we had to bet $1, we'd bet that he's going to get fired in 3 or 4 years because they're not going to get it turned around in the honeymoon period that these guys get. And maybe it's why our friend who's the OC in Washington did not take that job.
Pat, yesterday, David presented me with a dilemma, if you will. What do the Chiefs do with Travis Kelce? Everybody's talking about what Travis is going to do. But what is it, $19 million, David?
If they cut him by March 14th or 15th, it's 2.5. But once they pay him his $11.5 million roster bonus on March 15th, it's a $19.7 million cap hit.
Yeah. So those roster bonuses are in those contracts as a trigger for either the club or the player to decide what to do. There's one easy out, which is not an out, but he could announce his retirement. And that would stop payment on all that stuff. And then they could figure it out later. And maybe he will do that. Maybe they'll want him to do that. But at the end of the day, I would think the respect for Travis, and I know how Andy thinks. Andy, I think, is going to first, you want to retire? Could you retire before the 15th, please? And then we can settle this later, or you can figure out if you want to unretire. That'd be one step. The second step is to ask him to push the date back on the roster bonus, which you guys know we see a lot of that. can you push that back to June and you take the time to decide to retire? So they could modify the contract and move the date back.
All right, Pat, two quick questions. If Kelsey retires, it's still a $2.5 million cap hit, right?
Yeah, but that's okay.
No, I understand, but I'm just, some people think you retire that it gets totally wiped from the books. No, it's still a dead cap hit.
Yeah, the only thing that gets stopped is the advance, the money that's coming due.
Right. The second thing is that the Saints can cut him and still re-sign him, correct? Because that's, to me, Pat, where, if I'm the Chiefs, I'm sorry, I said Saints, the Chiefs, I mean, come on. He's not worth a $19.7 million cap hit. There's a $17.2 million difference between him being cut and him being kept. I mean, come on. You got to cut him. And then if he still wants to play, don't you sign him to like $5 million with incentives? And they can do that, right?
Yeah, they can. If they cut him, they can sign him back to anything they want. And they also can reduce his contract so he's not exposed out on the open market. Not that I think they would care about that because I don't think he'd go anywhere. He's probably really looking at his off the field opportunities. We know they're big, and now he's going to find out how big they are. Remember, his brother walked away, and he's making a ton of money. So I think it's to me, it's not that complicated. Push the dates back. That'd be the first choice. If you don't want to push them back, we got to cut you. We don't want to cut you. We want you to take the time you need to decide. So he's not in my mind, he is not a big problem. And I certainly don't want to be banged for 19. But as I said, I got guys his brother, by the way, is still on the books in Philly for 16.4. So welcome to the world of the cap.
All right, Pat, as we get ready for free agency and talking all these cap numbers, you mentioned last week that left tackle, between what you saw at the Senior Bowl and the draft and what's going to be available, is not a good free agent position. Have you discovered a position that there is a lot of players and therefore, I don't know about value, but you can improve your team at this position in free agency?
Well, a couple things. I've already broken down a number of positions besides the quarterback world. The running back world in free agency is weak. All right. It's not very good. You start looking at what we had last year, and obviously trade was involved with some of that, but Aaron Jones is at the top of the pile this year. Najee Harris, who's 3 yards in a cloud of dust, he's right there. And after that, how many guys were 1,000-yard rusher there in free agency? 3. And one of them is Rico Dowdell, and I don't think anyone's going to jump up and down to sign him. 2 touchdowns and 235 carries. So Aaron Jones, I met with Aaron at the Super Bowl. Interesting guy, but I don't know that I think he's a guy that I'd pay top dollar to. He doesn't fit the Derrick Henry, Joe Mixon, obviously Saquon, and Jacobs. He's not in that. So this is a bad year, but I think it's going to be a good year in the draft.
Great year, I think.
Yeah, and 31 running backs coming to the combine. By the way, on that little subject, that's why I love the Senior Bowl, and that's why I wish you guys were down here doing a show. Do you know how many guys from the Senior Bowl were not invited to the combine? 8. 130 are coming right from that game, right to the combine. So the game really helps those guys because now the coaches know who they are. They've watched them. So that Senior Bowl running back crowd was pretty impressive. And now when you think about it, so here's the next thing you got to do every day. So how many teams are looking for a starting running back? By my count, 6. They're not going to find 6 in free agency. They may not find anything but 1 in free agency. The draft is going to hit it for starting running backs. Wide receivers. Most teams are 3 wide receiver teams. How many teams are missing or going to be missing at least one of their guys because of free agency? At this moment, 17 teams. Tight ends, 5 teams. So you start looking at that, you start looking at the pool, and you start asking yourself, can I find the tight ends? If I think 5 teams need a tight end, it's old, man. Zach Ertz, 34. Conklin, 30. A couple of young guys. Here's a good example of New Orleans' problems. Juwan Johnson, who's 28, who caught 50 balls and had 548 yards, he might be one of the top free agents. How is New Orleans going to compete with someone who wants to pay him? They won't be able to. So their brain drain is not going to stop here. They're going to lose guys.
Pat, and we'll probably have to address it on the other side because we have less than a minute. But I'll just ask this very quick question. There are a lot of 30-plus-year-old receivers, 30, 31, 32 in free agency this year. Do you think teams will view them the way they viewed the running back last year and give a few of those guys a shot?
I do think this. I mean, this can be proven with a little research. Receivers get contracts after 30. Running backs rarely do. So when you start looking at your group, Stephon Diggs dealing with a medical. That's why everyone likes T. Higgins. I asked this question about Higgins, though. Do you have a quarterback who throws like Burrow? Do you have a true number one receiver on the other side? Who is T. Higgins? How good is he by himself?
He's Pat Kirwan. He's pretty good by himself, although he does a show with Jim Miller. And he joins us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X, at Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
How's it going, fellas?
Pat, someone's wondering why you don't like our Twitch chat room, wondering why you don't like inshore fishing. You like harvesting, don't you, Pat? You like going out there and catching a lot of meat to eat, don't you?
Yeah, I enjoy a freezer full of grouper. And then I eat it just about every day.
I'm right there with you. I like to harvest. I love inshore fishing. I think it's a ball. But I only can keep, one redfish a person? That's not enough.
Nope. It's not enough action. Now, I will say, when I'm driving back to shore from 50 miles out, I always go, why don't I just stay? I like to say this to my friend, Steve. How many fish did we drive over on our way out here?
Have you ever flats fished?
Yeah, I did. Not over here. I was in maybe, I don't know, it was Bermuda, somewhere, and I liked it. I just like big fish, and I like banging home, and I like when you get out there because you get into other stuff besides grouper. Yeah, but I'm out of the rough. I used to go out no matter what. I don't go out in rough water anymore.
I'm kind of with you there. I don't want to get beat up anymore.
No, you know what? It hurts my knees, like,
Oh yeah.
and my hips. So, but like the next day, I'm like, I just played in a rugby game or something.
You feel like you're still on the boat for 24 hours after. There's no doubt.
And it's not worth it. So that's not fun. You know, I think I will say this. I like fishing in the glades in the national park there in the summertime because a lot of the big grouper come in there and they're just, you know, dropping babies and stuff. So it is kind of interesting. I could not believe the size of some of the fish. A guy convinced me to do it, and I went with him, and I said, okay. But we were throwing into like 2 feet of water, and we were nailing fish like crazy.
Yeah, you start, Pat. I mean, I've had a couple of days, and I didn't even catch a slot snook, but I bet you we caught 30 snook in a day. You're releasing all of them. It's a riot. I just want to eat something when I'm done. If I go fishing, I want to eat.
Me too. And my wife is priceless at this. We'll come back from 50 miles offshore. Maybe I'm bringing home 2 grouper and Stevie caught and kept 2. And this is how it goes. She goes, let me think about this. That grouper dinner, which you think is free, costs about $500 a pound in gasoline.
Oh yeah. That's why we go down to the Keys and charter a boat. It costs, basically $2,000 for a full day charter. I'm hoping that I got 100 pounds of fish to make it worth my while.
Yeah. I do. I was going to the Keys literally every June. I'd fly back down and go to the Keys with Steve. We'd take the boat down there, and I really liked it. And we haven't done it now about 5 years. And I think half of the problem is I'm always going to hockey tournaments in June. So, and I got some stuff this year with that, but I love when we go down there, stay in the marina, fish all day, go out at night. It's fun. We were sleeping on the boat a lot when we had the big boat. And then we got a hotel room with showers and stuff. Yeah. What else was on my mind today? I love all this other stuff you're asking about. 19 teams need a backup quarterback. I won't forget that. There's a million backup quarterbacks on the list. 3 teams need a starting quarterback right away, immediately. I can't wait for Shador to go in and see the Raiders so Pete can tell me how he likes them.
I don't know that the Raiders will have to move to get him.
I know it's getting to be like that. I think what they'll do is because Pete's traded picks like crazy. You know that, David.
Right.
He's not going to sit there and have an anxiety attack. He's gonna get where he knows he can get them once the draft starts.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, Sirius XM, CBS's NFL Today Show. Pat joins us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. And Pat and all our guests join us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Can we talk the Jags GM search here for a couple moments?
Great.
Mark is having a little more of a problem with it than I am. Mark believes that the way they're going about it is showing that the GM is basically going to get the head coach coffee and is going to have no power. I said, no, you can hire the GM second and still give him full power. It's just, the first draft gets awkward. Have the Jags screwed this up already?
Well, I'm a little bit on Mark's side on this one. The sequence of events leads me to think that this is not going to be the real definition of a GM, because you also hired Baselli. So you got Baselli in there, and he will have an opinion, and he'll have a voice, and he'll be qualified to have one. And then you have a head coach. And typically in these situations, now it's worked in Buffalo, right? Brandon Beane came in after Sean. Sean brought Brandon up there, and they're a good team. Now, if the head coach has a say in this, he's going to want his favorite guy, whoever that is. And it'd be interesting, some of the guys that I've interviewed there. But I don't think this is going to be a GM that's going to be walking around with a lot of power. I don't.
So you don't think that Baselli could be like Spielman? Yeah, Spielman's there. He's the buffer between Holmes and ownership, but Holmes has got full authority.
Yeah. I don't know that I can make the connection there. To me, this one is different. Baselli is he's the Hall of Fame son, and he's got a lot of. He's gonna have as much power as John Lynch. That'll be my take on him.
Okay.
And he's going to spend a lot of time with his head coach. And whenever they meet on a player, I have a feeling it's going to be 2 against 1. But I don't think the GM's going to have a lot of power. He's going to have a lot of duties, but I don't think he's going to have a lot of power. Now, could he grow into that? Yeah, maybe, but I doubt it. Look at the age of the guys they're interviewing. Look, if they really were serious about a GM, they would have hired Rick Spielman. I know Rick. I was with him last week. He would have taken. Rick clearly wants to work again. So why wouldn't you put Spielman? Now, if it was Spielman, that young coach, and Baselli, wouldn't you like that triangle?
Well, yeah. I mean, Mark and I have been talking. Like, to me, I love the Giants assistant GM, Brandon Brown. But to me, I'll hire Brown yesterday, but I want a former GM to be his right-hand guy. I love what the Jets did, bringing in Spielman to help out the first-time GM. To me, Pat, the Jags lack credibility. The Jags need adults. They need proven people yesterday. If I'm the Jags, whatever the equivalent of the Pete Carroll GM hire is, that's what I would have done if I was Jacksonville.
Yeah, and they didn't do it. So now this is what they're going to. Plus, we haven't even talked. How much involvement is the owner's son still in this? So you got the owner's son who walks around doing the whatever he does. I'll leave it at that. And now you got Baselli in there. You got a young coach. Would I have hired a veteran GM? Yeah, but you don't see a lot of those guys. And why did Rick get hired? Because Rick was part of the search team.
Thank you.
For the GM.
Thank you.
And he sat there trying to explain to the owner why we need to get this guy. And after a while, you know what? The owner kept looking at Rick going, why don't I have you here too? So the owner is going to benefit. And by the way, the owner lives in New Jersey. And you know who else lives in New Jersey? The owner of the Vikings. And I'm pretty sure they're friends. And Rick is a good guy. And Rick is a patient guy who's been there and done that. And so I think that model would have been fine for me in Jacksonville, but name the guy who's sitting at home that would have been great for them to put in there.
Well, and Pat, the one other thing I just want you to reiterate is that this GM is going to come in. They've kept their whole scouting staff in place through the draft. So this draft really isn't Liam Cohn and Baselli as much as it is the previous regime, right?
Yeah, so, you've paid millions and millions of dollars to put these guys out on the road and gather, and I say this slowly, gather information. They will not be decision makers, and half of them will be gone after the draft, and they know it. Most of the scout contracts expired June 1st, but they have gathered information. I don't think they're going to be heavily involved in the draft room. And I can tell you some places that are like this, they don't let the scouts in the draft room once the board is built. They don't want them in there looking at the board. They don't want them around. They actually send some of them home. Information gatherers are different than information decision makers. And I would think that most of them will be gone. And that's okay. That happens a lot. And then it's going to be the new GM's job. And whoever wins this job is going to have told, because Baselli can't hire scouts. And Liam doesn't know a lot of scouts. The GM might have his biggest responsibility in rebuilding the scouting department.
By the way, Phil Savage, John Dorsey, 2 guys that I would have seriously considered to be my veteran GM. All right. I mean, I know Phil made some mistakes in Cleveland. Phil's a solid personnel guy, ran the Senior Bowl for the long time, was Joe Douglas's assistant with the Jets. Okay. And I don't know why John Dorsey hasn't gotten another job. I mean, John took some big swings in Cleveland and hit on a lot more than he missed.
Correct. And, Baker Mayfield was the one, and then Baker didn't play well. But I talked to John enough to tell you he's happy in Detroit. He is down the line in the area of responsibility, but he's at peace with what he's doing. He's a film football guy. He likes grinding, and he's a great grinder, and he's good at it. Phil, I thought they gave Phil the short end of the stick here in New York when he was part of this search committee and he was running the meetings. And then he thought he had a shot at the job and they bypassed him. I would have, if I was, well, I'm different than Phil. I would have gone to them and said, a week into the search, you know what, guys? Are you going to offer me the job or not? Because if you're not, I'm going to go home now. I resign. But he stuck it out and stayed with him, and then they passed on him anyway. Yes, Phil Savage, you can go and invent a title for Phil in Jacksonville and give him a chance. Phil's still living in Mobile, Alabama. Go on over to Jacksonville, run the college draft for them. That's what Phil's great. What Savage is great at. So I think you could hire a young GM and then bring Phil in as whatever you want to call him, assistant GM.
And all this time, Houston's just licking their chops because you've got a division that seems to be crumbling around them.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring them up. Does anybody out in the desert think anyone from that division can win a Super Bowl? What are the odds on those four teams?
They're all awful except for Houston. Houston's in the 30-1 range, and everybody else is 100-1 or worse.
Yep, and I think they're on target with that. I don't see anybody emerging from this thing this season. I kind of laughed when I heard, oh, yeah, the Steelers called about Trevor Lawrence. Are we kidding ourselves here? No, they're not. They're not going anywhere with Trevor. Now, it's a task and a half to get that guy up and running the right way, but we'll see. It's an interesting time. And I think when the draft comes, you're going to see a couple of places overhaul their scouting departments, which happens all the time. And if I'm Jacksonville, what a time. Now, let me go endorse someone here. Forget all these names. I would have hired Jim Nagy a long time ago as a GM, assistant GM, college scouting director. That guy is totally on top of this draft class and the past 5 draft classes. And he actually knows a lot about next year's draft class. And he's got on his cell phone, he's got every head coach in college who he communicates personally with all the time. He would definitely be working for me, and his salary would have 2 commas in it.
And Jim Nagy, if you don't know, is the executive director of the Reese's Senior Bowl, taking over from Phil Savage.
Yep.
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7. Joins us Tuesdays and Fridays, courtesy of Pinchers and Pat and all our guests like Brad Gillie next on the American Paint Supplies Hotline. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X, at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important. so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I got to be honest. Every once in a while, I get a text and I go, that's all right. Like during that interview, our Cape Coral guy there, the chief of police, sent a nice text. But I just like the fact that the chief of police of Cape Coral will just text me. Now, if I lived in Cape Coral, I think I would. If I was 25 and lived in Cape Coral, that would be a lot better. Chief, I'm at the bar. Can you send a car to pick me up? Those types of
You get pulled over by the cops, you show the cop your phone and go, your boss texts with me regularly. No?
Long as I haven't been drinking, then there's no, all bets are off. Jay Knoll, just because you typed that, I am not going to ruin a good, bad, and ugly story. But that story, what you do, is the crux of a good, bad, and ugly story.
Now there's a tease. An hour plus in advance.
Did you see Letterman walk out on Fallon?
I did. This is the greatest rehearsal ever. Jimmy's like, no, Dave, we're live. He's like, what? Really? Jimmy!
I will say, at least with Brad, I know we're getting a NASCAR guy. The other guest you had, I wasn't sure just because of their area code. When I get a 704, David, I know.
Here we go.
I know we've got one.
We're talking racing.
That's right. we are all set. NASCAR guys. Oh, if all the guests that we have by genre, 2 rings into it, I can get nervous with some people. I never, ever worry about a NASCAR guest. They're like a hockey guest. They always answer the phone, and they're always nice.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Ready to talk some racing on this Valentine's Day. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Brad Gillie, one of our favorites, PRN, Sirius XM, NASCAR Radio, Channel 90. Follow Brad on X, Brad, Gillie. Brad, thanks for doing this. Listen, you're happily married. How do you juggle Valentine's Day, which is seemingly always interrupted by Daytona?
That's a pretty good one. Hey, look, you got to be there all the time, and for the times you're not able to actually physically be there, you can still be present. And I can promise you, before I left the house, there were things already left hidden that'll be a fun little treasure hunt today for Valentine's Day.
Well done, sir. Well done by you. All right.
Thank you.
As you look ahead to this weekend into Sunday in the race, what is the storyline you're looking to play out this weekend?
That's interesting. For me, it's about being a competitive race. And, the story of the winner is, I'm sure, going to be a pretty thrilling one, as it was for William Byron last year, or Ricky Stenhouse Jr. the year before that, or Austin Cindric. Whoever goes to victory lane, obviously we're going to celebrate them. But to me, it's how they got there. And how does this race play out? Does it become over-aggressive and we see, multiple 10-car pileups? Is it more conservative and we see a lot of fuel-saving strategy and different things going on? Last night with the dual races, determining who was actually going to make the starting lineup, to me was pretty thrilling. Now it's all about what happens after the green flag and how we get there.
Obviously, qualifying and the duels are different. Did you see anything in the duels in which you went, I didn't realize that?
Yeah, it was a couple of things. Number one, the way these cars have raced at Daytona, it's been a little harder for drivers to actually go out and get some runs and make some things happen. We saw Kyle Busch a couple of times last year try and pull to the outside and say, hey, let's go. If we're going to move forward, we need to go. But he didn't have anyone go draft with him or go help him, and he just went backwards. But watching last night's duel, the first one where Justin Allgaier was trying to drive Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car in for the very first time in a Cup race, he pulled to the outside, had a little bit of help, but was able to move forward and make something happen. That gives me a lot of optimism that what we might see in the race is a little more drivers able to control their own destiny rather than, be kind of hung out to dry all on their own. And I'm sure we're going to see some of that. But I think that was one of the things that stood out to me. Like, okay, what are we going to see with half the field racing at one time in each one of those dual races that we might get with the full field? And I actually have some optimism that they're going to be a lot more racy this year.
You mentioned getting a little help. When it's the first race of the year, and I know these guys have all been racing against each other for the most part for a long time, is there less camaraderie, if you will, at Daytona than there will be 2 months into the season as guys figure out what's what? Or is every race its own animal when it comes to that?
I think every race is its own animal. And you ask, will there be less camaraderie? And I'll say yes and no. I'll say no because you have to have help. So, if you're a Team Penske driver, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney, and Josh Berry, you're all going to want to race with each other because you can help each other during the race. And I use that example because they are extremely disciplined in being able to do that. And they try and control the field by running up front as much as they can. And I don't understand how you can be the third one in line and say, this is where I'm going to set and run because this is going to help me the most at the end. But they're so good at doing that. So in that regard, you are going to have that camaraderie, whether it's the direct teammates or your manufacturer teammates. But there comes that point, whether it's at the end of stage 1, stage 2, or especially the end of the race, then you start getting selfish. And you say, I know that's my teammate in front of me, but how can I set him up to be able to get around him and be the one to take the checkered flag? That's when all of it goes out the window, and that's when things get pretty exciting.
Brad Gillie, PRN, SiriusXM, NASCAR Radio, Channel 90. Follow him on X at Brad Gillie, Gillie. Brad, and you've been with us many times before, I think you get the idea that while we follow racing, one of us is a bigger fan than the other, but we realize sports is entertainment. I don't think we have a problem with the world famous driver provisional, because it is a TV show after all. And if I can get Lewis Hamilton or Helio Castroneves or, Michael Andretti, whoever it is, in my race, well, I don't see how that's a bad thing for NASCAR. How is NASCAR reacting to Helio not having the speed, but raising his hand because he filed the paperwork and said, hey, I'm an elite driver, I'm in the field?
Yeah, so I think from the competitor side of things, there's probably a little more, I don't know, maybe this is a stronger word, but animosity. Like why? Why should someone not come in here and qualify on their own merit? Why should we just give them a spot? Which I understand. And if someone starts the race on that provisional, they're not taking away any money because they don't get points money or, prize money for it. They don't get any points or anything. But I would also understand this is another car that I have to race against and I might not want to. So I understand that from the driver's standpoint and the competitor standpoint, just hey, if they want to come race, let them qualify like the rest of us. But I also understand it from the promoter side of it. And, having worked on the racetrack side of things for many, many years, look, if Helio Castroneves wants to come run my race, I want to promote that. I want to sell tickets based on that. If a Lewis Hamilton or a Max Verstappen or, an Alex Palou or Joseph Newgarden from IndyCar wants to come run my race, I want to be able to sell tickets off of that. But I also need to guarantee those people that person is actually going to be in the race. So from that standpoint, I think it's great. NASCAR is really, has a big push right now to further expand their growth on a worldwide stage. And to be able to do that, having some of these drivers come over and race with us is a really cool thing. And when you have a really cool concept like that, you want to make sure that person's actually going to be in the show.
NASCAR's always had its stars that make it, on the note of what you just said, but NASCAR's always had its stars that have sold tickets. If NASCAR could pick a guy this year to emerge as a star, because I think Chase Elliott in that world already is, who's the next guy that NASCAR needs to emerge as a star?
Man, that's a great question. I think Ross Chastain has done a great job of establishing himself as that. And I think if you go back and you look at the amount of souvenirs sold last year, for example, Ross Chastain was one of the top drivers in the sport. I think that was great. If you start to look at some of the other drivers who are young and developing, I think there are several of them that have great personalities and could be a great face for the sport. And my gosh, I even look at drivers like William Byron, who, to me has established himself. Bubba Wallace is actually, obviously very well known, but he's not winning races. And that's something I feel you have to have happen to be able to make something like that, work out. So when you start to look at some of the new emerging drivers, man, we have some that are coming up that are just going to be starting their first Cup Series races this year. A young guy like a Connor Zillage, who's with Trackhouse, and some other folks like that. So really, I think what you need is someone with personality, well-spoken, but most importantly, someone who's putting their car in victory lane. And I think that's the biggest thing that you have to have first.
I always mispronounce his last name, but Justin Allgaier getting Dale Jr.'s car into the 500, he was pretty emotional about it. Obviously, Dale Jr., very popular within the sport. Having him associated with the 500 in any way is, for lack of a better word, cool. But do you think this is just dipping his toes in the Daytona waters, or do you think that this is Dale Jr.'s way of beginning to dip his toes into NASCAR?
I think both. I do. He's talked for a long time about getting into the Cup Series, but for a long time he's also said, look, the team that he owns, Junior Motorsports, with his sister, Kelly Earnhardt Miller, they've been very successful in the Xfinity Series, and they are responsible for a lot of drivers having worked their way into Cup. They gave Brad Keselowski a chance when he didn't have anything better. And the next thing you know, Brad Keselowski goes on to win a championship and become a car owner. People like Chase Elliott and William Byron have all run through their system. I mean, there are so many drivers that came through Junior Motorsports on the Xfinity side, which has been great. But he's talked for a long time about getting over to the Cup side of things and buying a charter. Do I want to do this now? Do I not want to do this now? And where things have gone. I think them being able to start their first Cup Series race in the Daytona 500 is a big, big deal. And I think it's kind of a good stepping stone that's probably going to springboard a lot more in the future.
All right, Brad, our $20, who would you put it on to win the race?
Chase Elliott. He's my guy right now. He's the one I've been thinking of all year.
Why?
Just because everything. So it's really the way they finished the season last year, to be honest with you. They finally got back to victory lane at Texas midseason. But then in the last 10 races of the year, they had 7 top 10 finishes, 4 of which were top 5s. And all of a sudden, they seemed to be competitive. And then watching him at Bowman Gray Stadium in the Clash a couple of weeks ago, where they clearly dominated, this wasn't about, hey, this was the fastest guy. To me, you take the way they finished last year, the way they came to Bowman Gray, they're walking in with a little bit of a different level of confidence, a different level of, this is our trophy. You guys are going to have to come take it away from us. And I even think watching him last night in his dual race, just the way he was able to control the field for a lot of that and everything, I've just felt like right now Chase Elliott and his team are starting to ride the crest of that wave. And I think once they can do that, they're the kind of team that can hang on to it for a while. And I just feel like this is one of those years that shapes up for him to finally get that big trophy.
Do you think one manufacturer has it over the other 2 big ones this weekend, or do you think it's pretty even in 2025, at least this Daytona 500 between Toyota, Chevy, and Ford?
Honestly, based on last night, I thought it was pretty equal, but it was also hard to say because there were only 4 Fords in the first duel, and the rest of them were in the second. You had a lot of Chevys in the first one, but the Toyotas have really come with a lot more raw speed, which they hadn't had. Ford has had raw speed. Chevy's had the raceability in their cars. And I mean, literally, you can make a case for any one of them right now to say that, okay, they're stronger here, they're stronger there. I actually think this is probably one of the most evenly matched Daytona 500s among the manufacturers that we've seen in a long time.
Brad, have a great weekend. Happy Valentine's Day from afar. And as always, thanks so much for your time with us and your insight. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Thanks, David. Hey, look, always love being here in the Sunshine State.
Brad Gillie, PRN, SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. Follow him on X, Brad Gillie, Gillie. He does pre and post for all the NASCAR races on SiriusXM, PRN Live.
Chase Elliott's 13-1 for what it's worth. One of the favorites, but that's the kind of odds you're getting on the favorites. Ryan Blaney's the favorite at 11-1. Logano, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, 12-1. Hamlin, Elliott at 13-1. For what it's worth, Ross Chastain, for those of you wondering, pretty good odds on the Melon Man, as Chastain is at 22.5-1.
Oh,
his odds, he was 25-1 when the week began. He's actually been bet down a little bit.
What's Alex Bowman?
Hang on. Racing through these. Same as Chase. Exact same as Chase.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't hear his name, and I'm like, ooh, I think I'd throw a few shekels that way, but he's one of the favorites then. Okay. All right. So the 500, Fox says it's going to start at 2:30. I've been led to believe it's going to start about 10 after 3. Anyway, Fox's coverage begins at 2 o'clock.
Rain in the forecast. Don't know if they will finish the race on Sunday. It's funny when I threw the question in of who NASCAR wants to be a star. I was thinking of Ross, but I follow him. So I'm biased. And when he said Ross has got to have the season. He's sold the merch. He's become popular. But what Brad talked about, he's got to get to victory lane a few times this year.
Well, Ross is really a poor man Chase Elliott, isn't he? Chase has had some good seasons, but Chase has also had the, hey, I'm a really popular driver, and my record this year doesn't really match my popularity. And that was Ross's 2024. You know, I'd be very curious about, because he's a polarizing driver for a couple of reasons. What if Bubba Wallace won this race? Because Bubba Wallace needs a win.
Yes, he does. The other one I saw, and I forgot what it was, but Earnhardt won on his whatever attempt at Daytona. Kyle Busch has not won Daytona. It's the same number as when Dale won it, for what it's worth.
I would go crazy. I would go crazy. The hardest I've cheered in recent years was when Harvick and Mark Martin were going down the stretch, and the big wreck behind him, and they said, we're going to let you race to the finish. That's the hardest I've cheered in a long time. Could the old guy get his 500?
Can I ask a favor of you right now? Because I'll forget to ask it between now and the end of the show. Text me on Sunday and remind me they're having this race.
You blankety blanket.
Don't do it at 3:11. Do it when they're down to about 50 laps when it becomes interesting.
Oh, it's 6:11. Is that it? I mean, send your applications in to co-host Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, Lucifer, Mark didn't watch Fallon live.
No, I just saw the clip of Letterman. I haven't watched a late night show. I can't even tell you. One, I'm not up that late during the week, ever. I think I've watched an episode of Saturday Night Live like once in the last probably 8 years, but it was within the last few months that I was actually awake and went, I'll be damned. It's 11:30 on a Saturday. I'll watch Saturday Night Live. And you have to understand, Lucifer, and all of you in there, I think I'm different than a lot of you, and David is too. David and I have always thought that funny is funny. I don't care if you're picking on the right. I don't care if you're picking on the left. It doesn't matter to us. Funny is funny. And I go into all of these shows knowing which way they lean politically and accept that. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't change how I think, how I vote, any of those things.
Yeah, our Super Bowl, the ABC Super Bowl, will be on Valentine's Day. And because of it, second Sunday in February, third Monday in February is the next day. President's Day will follow the Super Bowl. So there will be a national holiday following the Super Bowl in 2 years. Yes, Little Rock, 30 miles north. It's a cute town. By the way, Central Arkansas is where Scottie Pippen played his college ball. It was an NAIA school at the time. All right. They played that game last night on Scottie Pippen Court. It's a cute school. They got a football team.
And everything.
Yeah. But I checked out David's Burgers, which is an Arkansas thing. And, you know, all the meat and produce and everything's from in-state.
How was it?
The burgers are good.
Man, that sounds good. I have wanted a hamburger now for 6 weeks.
They sell their own steaks. They have their own meat. I mean, that burger was a burger.
But I want a burger. I've had steak. I've been doing that no carb thing. I mean, I want
right.
French fries. I want ketchup. I want it all.
Want a hamburger? I want a cheeseburger.
Damn right.
You'll get nothing and you don't like it. Also, David's Burgers brought fries to you as a free appetizer.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Final hour of our show and of our week. The bonus hour of Miller and Moulton for the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Mark, I kept something from you, which I shouldn't do.
That's quite all right. I kept something from you.
Oh, well,
not really, but I've got something that happened right before the break that kind of fits that. By the way, it is the bonus hour, the very sponsorable bonus hour. Text sponsor to 21,000.
So I checked out a new establishment yesterday for lunch. I'm wrapping up my 2-day stay in Conway, Arkansas, a small city 30 miles north of Little Rock, home to Central Arkansas University, the Bears. Scottie Pippen's alma mater, by the way. They played the basketball game last night on Scottie Pippen Court. It was an NAIA school when he played here in the mid-'80s. So there's a place, it's probably a quarter mile from the hotel. David's Burgers.
You opened a burger joint?
Well, that's just it. It wasn't Dave's.
Right, David's.
It was David's. Well, as somebody who prefers to be called David instead of Dave, and will tell someone that, I had to go to David's.
Absolutely.
So it's their own meat. You know, it's an Arkansas thing, apparently. And they buy statewide produce, and apparently it's, you know, they started as like a meat packing family, and then they branched out into, they sell their own steaks. You could go into David's Burgers, buy your meal, and then they've got steaks that are wrapped, and, you know, they give them to you, you take home. So, Mark, a lot of places try to have their own unique touch. I have never seen a restaurant do what David's Burgers did.
Do tell.
Their unique touch. You're sitting there, you've placed your order, they give you the number, go sit down, we make our stuff fresh.
Just a quick question. I hate to interrupt, but is it tough for you to order when you have to order by something other than numbers?
No.
Okay, just curious.
I mean, it's easier by number.
Right.
But no, I really can. You know me, I'm pretty decisive. I can look at a list of things. I don't need a number to go, I want that one right there.
I'm such a jerk.
You are. You're really, wow. You brought the snark with you for the Friday.
I did.
My goodness. So once again, applications being taken from both Miller and Moulton, the co-host with the other. So Red Lobster does the what? The biscuits that everybody loves. They don't even.
Yes.
Some people just go to Red Lobster for the biscuits. They don't even really like what Red Lobster serves. They go for the biscuits. You know, Carrabba's has got what? Is it the breadsticks or the unlimited? Is it the salad that just seemingly can go forever?
I believe so. Yeah.
So David's Burgers, I'm not I ordered a burger and fries, drink. I'll wait for it. Great. They make it fresh. It's awesome. All of a sudden, this nice young lady comes from around the corner, and she's got a basket in front of her, and she says, "Would you like some fries?" I went, "Excuse me?" She goes, "Well, fries. It's like our breadsticks. Okay. Would you like some fries?" And I start looking because I don't have a plate. I don't have anything to put it on. And she said, "Here, we gave you this with your number." And it was like a little piece of plastic. And she takes out a big scoop of fries and puts it on that plastic sheet and says, "Here you go. Enjoy this. Your burger will be any moment." Holy mackerel. Wait, I get fries while waiting for my burger and fries? Oh my goodness.
I did want to clarify because you didn't know the appetizer of fries was coming. So you ordered fries with your burger.
Well, Mark, like
so essentially you got double fries.
Yes. But Mark, I ordered by number. Fries came with the burger and the drink and the number.
Right.
Right. So, but they give you fries while you're waiting for your burger and fries. Imagine if you were sitting at McDonald's and they came by and they said, "Hey, here's a fry. Your Big Mac will be ready any minute." Are you serious? Like you'd go eat anywhere else. I looked at her and I go, "Wow, I'm almost 60 years old. I don't have a lot of excitement in my life." I go, "My heart just skipped a beat." I go, "As you could tell, I'm not from here." She's like, "Oh yeah, it's kind of our thing and what have you."
So a 5-star review from David Moulton.
5?
Well, that's as high as it goes. A 5-star review. It's as many.
I keep hitting the stamp on the 5th one. Wow.
Well, I'm glad you had a good burger.
Breadsticks or fries? Which would you rather have?
Fries. I mean, I'd rather have a basket full of bread than fries because I like bread. But I mean, it's.
I'll grant you that. The warm bread also.
Right.
Yes, when they bring you the basket of warm bread while you wait. Oh, okay. But usually that's a place with a tablecloth.
Right.
With real utensils.
Right.
Mark, I was in a ugly booth in which I sat in the one section of the booth and it moved. I had a red plastic countertop. You know, I had a napkin dispenser. That's where I was. They gave you fries while you waited. Oh, my goodness. I mean, talk about having me at hello. Holy mackerel.
I will say people pop in and out of the show, as you and I both know, and that's sometimes what we'll reintroduce a topic. But we did catch a listener off guard at the end of that segment when you asked for applications for a new co-host. The text says, applications for co-host? Is that real or is David just kidding? I just turned the radio on.
David was unhappy because Mark Miller said, hey, make sure you remind me about the Daytona 500, which is insulting enough. But then he said, oh, don't text me around 3 o'clock. Make sure you text me with like 40 to go. And that's when I said, well, obviously I need to start doing the show with somebody else.
And then I top him with the top of the hour number saying you can actually order food when you don't have to order by number.
Right. Hey, is it okay if you don't have to order your food by number? Can you handle that? Unbelievable. And I got up at 4 a.m. local time for this.
Now, we know that you got free fries. How were the fries?
They were good.
How was the burger?
They were good. They were, let's see. So they were a little, I'll tell you what, they were similar to Five Guys fries.
Okay.
Okay. They were in that area code as to how they did their fries and texture and, you know, level of grease and what have you. Oh yeah. Mark, this worked. This worked.
For those of you wondering, David's Burgers is located throughout Central Arkansas.
See?
With, I believe, 10 locations.
Oh, I want the 11th. What's a franchise fee? I'm in.
So there you have it. David's Burgers. Been around since 1957, I believe. No, yeah, I'm sorry, 1963. The picture of David was from 1957.
So instead of breadsticks, instead of the biscuits, that fries. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you can do better than that. Really, in fact, I now challenge all other restaurants out there. Give it your best shot. Do better than that.
I don't even want to respond right now because I'm going to get crushed for this. But David, there are a few restaurants here in town even. Nicer places.
Right. Tablecloths, real silverware. I get it.
When you sit down, or at least after, like my favorite restaurant down here is a place called Harold's in Fort Myers. Harold's an amazing chef. I love the restaurant. Love it. Usually, they have prepared something for every table. So you sit down and they bring you a little appetizer. It's usually like one bite. High-end stuff. Now, that's, to me, that makes me happy. Chef prepared this for you. Go ahead. Now, it's not a plate full of fries. It's one bite. That probably doesn't do enough for you.
You think?
The unlimited part seems to be a key component here for you.
Now, I only had 2 helpings. And I got the sense that I'm not supposed to ask for more.
You got 2 helpings before your burger and fries arrived?
Correct.
So you had 3 helpings of fries.
Well, Mark, first off, I order a large portion of fries. The helping that I got was not a large helping. It was closer to a smallium. Right. It was somewhere between a small and a medium.
Okay. All right.
So if you
basically
combine
they're giving you a small Mickey D's fries twice with your supersized fries with your burger.
Or medium fries with my burger. Because they didn't give you the ability to upsize. So I just got what came with the number.
Right. So you did order by number.
Yeah, I said I ordered by number. Yeah.
So they were right up your alley.
Mark, it had a booth that moved. When I sat in it, it had a old, linoleum top. It had a napkin dispenser. Yes, of course I ordered by number. What kind of a place did you think I was at?
David's Burgers, located throughout central Arkansas. Leading us to the question, what's your favorite free appetizer given to you by a restaurant? David got free fries yesterday at David's Burger. Better than breadsticks, better than biscuits, according to one David Moulton. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when and what's on tap. 25 minutes away here on Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm really stuck with trying to think of what my favorite free thing is from a restaurant.
Yeah, Deadstruck Kid also played for South Carolina. I guess he was off his medication. Real tragedy. Ooh. Canada Relief mentioned anything from Costco. Free samples.
Yeah, I'm not big on the Costco samples. I'll grab a
Okay.
piece of cheese occasionally.
But first off, how many places in which you order by number give you free food?
None. Well,
Right.
Five Guys, peanuts.
Okay. I mean, that's the other thing that caught me off guard. I mean, once
I do
again,
not get it. They're tearing down. Apparently, they're tearing down Bonita Springs Elementary School. It was built in like 1920. It's on the national landmarks, and I don't know. It's getting torn. I keep seeing it on social media. I don't get it.
how can they
hope
tear it
it's-
down?
I hope it's an incorrect story.
How can they tear it down if it's on?
I don't know. I'm hoping. Yeah. Yeah.
My mom texted me and said it sounds like I have my retirement all mapped out. I'm moving to Central Arkansas. Lucifer, I lived in Fargo for 5 years. There's no weather that'll bother me.
So I'm on my way to work out yesterday, very late in the day, and there's a neighbor of mine that has the exact car that Felipe has. And the license plate wrap was FGCU Dad. So I text Felipe. I said, apparently there are two guys that drive your car. He and I ended up texting for about a half an hour about the NBA yesterday. God, he loves that league. And is so disappointed that the ratings are down and others don't. It drives him batty.
By the way, Valentine's Day for Felipe, who's notoriously cheap. Kind of curious. You know what I'm curious about also? What's your son doing on this Valentine's Day?
They broke up.
Oh, no!
Absolutely heartbroken. It's terrible.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The home stretch of Miller and Moulton on this Valentine's Day Friday. You know, in 2 years, Valentine's Day will be on a Sunday. Second, it just happens to be the 14th on a Sunday. Okay, and it's the second Sunday of the month, obviously, being the 14th. So that means it's Super Bowl Sunday in 2 years. Super Bowl 61 will be on Valentine's Day, which can be awkward, obviously, but, But what have people been clamoring for in this country for years?
To have the day after the Super Bowl off.
Mark, what's the third Monday of February?
President's Day.
What's the 15th if it's a Monday in February?
That would be President's Day, the day after the Super Bowl.
So on one respect, Valentine's Day being Super Sunday is a little awkward, but you've got the next day off.
Who has the next day off? Government employees, banks, and who else?
Anything
School
having
teachers.
anything having to do with a school, right? I mean, schools take President's Day off.
Right. Kids get the day off. I get it. Teachers get the day off.
Just about anybody involved in radio gets a day off. Except Miller and Moulton. Hey, I'll be getting up at 2 a.m. on that President's Day. Who you kidding? We'll be doing the show. My hope is you are too. I'm already working on it. Might be doing the Super Bowl for free, but I'm already working on it. Hotel rooms, accommodations, okay, media stuff, already working on it. 2 years in advance. LA Super Bowl, let's go.
I'm in. David, the fact that you are that confident that we will still be doing a show together for Super Bowl 61 is the best news I've heard today, including the fact that David's Burgers gives you free fries as an appetizer.
On the way home, we'll stop in Little Rock. We'll eat, and then we'll finish the trip.
Perfect.
So,
we'll get Samson's bus to take us.
But I just, wanted to share that. Valentine's Day Super Bowl, followed by President's Day. We're all off. Super Bowl 61. Joe and Troy back doing Super Bowls.
A Super Bowl on Valentine's Day.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Our Valentine's Day poll question, our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, of which you are not excited about whatsoever. What do you love most about sports? Your favorite team winning, watching sports with family, playing sports, watching your kids play. Favorite team winning getting 44% of the vote.
So very selfish then.
Yes, and a very low vote total after some pretty good vote
Right.
totals the past couple of days.
So there you have it. USA Canada tomorrow, 8:00. Curious. Is that doing it for? And most of you are not hockey people. We get that. Is that doing it for any of you? Not much to watch. Sports-wise, NBA All-Star Weekend. Most of you told us you don't like the NBA. Daytona 500. Most of you have told us you're not into racing. Okay, we know it's hockey, and most of you not into hockey, but it's USA, Canada.
Although the majority of our audience said they were watching this tournament yesterday based on our poll question.
That's true. And we have talked about how popular hockey is in the markets that we're in. But when we throw in, it's not only USA, it's USA, and they're booing our anthem.
And the game will be played in Montreal. And if Canadians dislike us right now, Quebec natives despise us because they amp everything up. They barely like their own country. I mean, they did want to succeed from Canada. I mean, these are facts.
Listen, I don't know what recent vote I was more surprised in. That the folks in Quebec didn't break away or that Scotland didn't break away from the kingdom. I thought that was happening too.
So, the Austin Matthews, who's one of the great American hockey players out there, plays for Toronto. Every time he touched the puck, he was booed. Every time. When asked about it, he said, I must be doing something right. Apparently the team, and I from the way I read it, David, and I could be wrong because I did not see the beginning of the game. I listened to it on radio. I was picking up my daughter from her gymnastics last night. But from the way I read it is that they weren't, and I thought they were on the ice in the anthem, but I guess they weren't yesterday. When they heard the boos yesterday, because they played everybody's anthem, apparently, they heard it yesterday. They were on the ice, got booed, and the players said it riled them up. The American players said, oh, yeah, We heard every boo. And tomorrow, when they're playing Canada, it's going to be like venom. I can't wait.
I want to fight. I know there's a good chance there won't be one, but I would love a fight. I would love a Kachuk brother saying, you know what, we're going to pull a Gordie Howe tonight. I really would. I want us, they're down a defenseman. They're short on the back end. I'm hitting everything if I'm the U.S. tomorrow. Everything.
It's the best sporting event of the weekend. I'll put it up. I know Daytona is the Super Bowl of racing. I get it. Give me USA Canada over the 500 for me every day. You got primetime golf this weekend from the Genesis. By the way, Scheffler's right around the top of the leaderboard. Imagine that.
He's 2 off the lead. He's still rusty, though, so, you know, cut him some slack. He's only able to produce top 10 finishes right now.
So not a lot to choose from on the sports landscape this weekend. Probably a good thing, given that tonight's Valentine's Day.
As was mentioned,
good college hoop tomorrow.
Well, I mean, they're trying, and I will say, the national media members saying that this is like an Iron Bowl, stop it. Stop it. This isn't. This is cool. This is awesome. It's amazing that the number 1 and 2 teams in the country are Alabama and Auburn. And one's 1 in the one poll and one's 1 in the other. The big joke in Alabama is it's 1 against 1. But come on now. This is not the Iron Bowl.
No, it's not, David.
It's not.
It's not close.
No.
Not in the same area code.
No.
It's not in the same state.
No. This is fun. This is awesome. This is wow. Look how far we've come. But come on now.
Speaking of college hoop, for people like me who have cut the cord and gone to YouTube TV.
Oh, my goodness.
There is a dispute right now between Paramount and YouTube TV. You have lost all the Paramount channels on your YouTube TV, which includes CBS, which means if they don't fix this, 25% of March Madness will not be on your television, including the final game.
Never mind the little golf extravaganza that immediately follows it.
Yeah. That tournament they play somewhere in Georgia.
So
Miller and Moulton.
Who has the leverage? CBS, Paramount, or YouTube TV?
CBS, I think.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700.
That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I know there's a few Detroiters in the Twitch chat room. I get this newsletter from Barrett Media every morning, and they have on this day in the business. Today in 1971, WXYZ-FM changes its call letters to WRIF. You Detroiters know what I'm talking about. Riff Rock Radio.
Oh, look at that, Paula.
That's very
See?
sweet.
See? Hot rolls? Okay. But is it a tablecloth? Real silverware? You know, I ordered an item by number. The food came in a basket.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Happy Valentine's Day. Hope you have plans tonight or tomorrow. Come on, guys. Make sure you come through in some way, shape, or form. Come back and bite you. It's that loss, the schedule maker gives you a win. You got to take it. This is a win. You know what you have to do. Doesn't have to be an impressive win either. It could be 17-13 and just get out. But you can't lose. Come back and bite you.
Interesting that you say you can go 17-13. I think if you're going to win close on Valentine's Day, it's got to be high scoring, if you know what I mean. You can't play a defensive game on Valentine's Day. You got to be shooting threes. You got to be throwing the bomb. You got to be throwing it all around the lot, if you know what I mean. Well, you got to be Edmonton in the 80s, not Winnipeg today, if you know what I mean.
Doesn't somebody else determine if it's high scoring? Hello.
Hey, now.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call them today, 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location, or go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. I've got a lot today. I don't know how much of this is relevant, but I've got a lot. We go to 270 AD. Saint Valentine is said to have been executed.
Right.
I mean, that kind of whole Valentine's Day.
They did more than that. I mean, didn't they behead Saint Valentine?
I just have executed. I didn't read into it. They may have beheaded him.
Yeah.
That's an execution.
Right. That's not just, a couple of shots to the chest here or stab in the gut.
Particularly in 270 AD. Not a lot of shots being fired.
No, that's true. Maybe
in fact, you couldn't even order by number back then.
No, you definitely couldn't get free fries.
1849, James Polk becomes the first serving U.S. president to have his photograph taken. Happy birthday, Oregon. They were admitted as the 33rd state today in 1859. The Heinz Company was founded today in 1876. Congratulations, ketchup. President Roosevelt signs a bill establishing the U.S. Department of Commerce and Labor today in 1903. This guy named Capone killed 7 gangsters today in 1929, known as the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Wilt breaks the NBA career scoring record at 20,884 points today in 1966. Aretha records Respect today in 67. Today in 71, a couple of things happened. One, Petty wins his 3rd Daytona. It was the inaugural year of the Winston Cup. He would go on to win that. And President Nixon would install a secret recording system in the White House today in 71.
Big mistake.
Big mistake.
Big mistake.
Today in 1978, the first micro on a chip or microchip is patented by Texas Instruments. There's a company you haven't heard of in forever.
Calculators. That's what I always had from Texas Instruments was a calculator.
Whitney Houston's debut album was released today in 1985. It would win the Billboard Album of the Year.
Still should not be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, correct?
Thank you. She's not a rock and roll person. It's a joke. Today in 88, Bobby Allison beats his son Davey to the finish line, but the race is most remembered for Petty's rollover crash when he rolled 8 times and walked away unhurt.
Walked away.
The Silence of the Lambs was released today in 91.
Nice
Wayne's
Chianti.
World was released today in 92.
Ooh. How about a nice Chianti and some fava beans?
95, Drexler was traded from the Trailblazers to the Rockets.
They won the title. They repeated a few months later.
Bingo. And Jeff Gordon wins the 500 in 99, becoming the first pole sitter to win the race since Bill Elliott did it in 87. Jack Benny, Jimmy Hoffa, Mel Allen, Woody Hayes, Hugh Downs, and Steve McNair all born today. Jimmy Hoffa, Mel Allen, and Woody Hayes all born on the same day, same year. Teller, the other half of Penn, is 77. You want to feel old, David? MTV VJ Alan Hunter is 68 years old today.
My wife listens to the 80s channel all the time, and 3 or 4 of them are still voicing over songs on that channel.
He's one of them. Jim Kelly is 65, Drew Bledsoe 53, and Rip Hamilton is 47. What did I miss, David?
First off, how great is it that Jim Kelly is celebrating that birthday with all that?
Absolutely.
That is fantastic.
No doubt. Thought the same thing when I was doing that this morning.
That is fantastic.
So happy he was on the side that I was listening how old he was, as opposed to those that are no longer with us.
It's been 7 years since Parkland. That was today, 2018. Sorry.
No.
I mean, I could have gone the Ayatollah condemning Salman Rushdie to death on this day in 89. They still haven't got him. How bad, how nasty, how threatening can they be? You think it'd take the mob 36 years to get somebody? If the boss said somebody had to die and they weren't in witness protection? Seriously. And we're supposed to take you seriously. You sentenced the guy to death. We knew his home address for all
Time to
these
see
years.
life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
I didn't mean to cut you off. I didn't know you were still going. I'm sorry.
Well, is that an overreaction? Or, I mean, let me get this straight. You're gonna wipe us off the face of the earth. Look right at him and go, you guys couldn't kill Salman Rushdie.
It's a dadgum good point.
I mean, is that a wrong argument?
For the good today, we go to Chile, where last Saturday, Adrian Samankis was kayaking with his father, Del, when a humpback whale surfaced and swallowed him. Fortunately for Adrian, the humpback whale released he and his kayak quickly. The entire incident was caught on camera. You can hear his dad saying, "Stay calm, stay calm." Adrian said, "I thought I was dead. I thought it had eaten me, that it had swallowed me." Unhurt, spit out the kayak and the man. That's unbelievable. For the bad, we go to Naples, where Kimberly McDonald, and I wish I had the name from the other pretty decent looking woman who got arrested earlier this week, but in Bonita there for ripping somebody off. But Kimberly, she may not be out quickly. She's got a grand theft charge against her. Apparently, she made 18 trips to Target where she stole 151 items totaling about $3,500. The items ranged from a $2.19 bottle of Dr. Pepper
to a $800 mattress. She would go to the self-checkout, not scan everything, and then try to walk out with the items she didn't pay for. How do you think you can get away with that 18 times? I can see how you think you can get away with it once at the self-checkout. 18 times, a little brash. And finally, the ugly. We go to Ruskin, Florida, where, according to Florida Highway Patrol, a truck traveling southbound on I-75 overturned, leaving a tractor trailer full of beer cans scattered along I-75. Fortunately, the driver was transported to a nearby hospital with injuries that were considered non-life-threatening. The beer, however, could not be salvaged. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly. On today, Valentine's Day, and it's brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. Many jobs available, including new officers with a big sign-on bonus. All information available at capecops.com.
No NBA, although I'm guessing there's something from San Francisco on All-Star Weekend. Is it the rookie
Celebrity game tonight?
Oh, wow.
Celebrity game.
Nothing like seeing non-athletes trying to be athletic, right? I actually wish this game was not on ESPN Plus, was actually on one of the ESPN family of network channels. I'm fascinated by Doug Gottlieb's Green Bay team, which has lost 20 in a row.
Game of the night in college hoops on Big Fox. If I just tell you the names of the team and don't worry about the records, you would think it's big time. UCLA at Assembly Hall taking on Indiana.
Wow.
They've not played since, I believe, 2007 when they have in the tournament. This is only the 13th time that these two blue bloods have ever played one another.
Well, that's a shame. Would have been nice if they had played more.
They will now, because now it's a Big Ten rivalry.
8 o'clock, Big Fox.
We've talked about it since Mick Cronin went nuts. The next game they lost. They've played pretty damn well since.
I think they had won 6 in a row before losing at Illinois. So I think they're 6-2 since they went when he went bonkers. So you got golf this weekend, prime time. You know, check which channel. NBA All-Star Game is Sunday night. Daytona 500, 3 o'clock Sunday. USA Canada tomorrow, 8 o'clock ABC.
But we think there will be several system plays tomorrow. Number 23 ranked Clemson's on the road at Florida State. That's sure to be a system play. I thought we had 5 tomorrow, David, as I was going through it this morning, and dumb me, I should have written them down. Texas Tech's at Oklahoma State.
That should be a system play.
Missouri is at Georgia. That will be close. Missouri's been playing really well lately.
Yeah, I got a feeling that's not going to be a system play, but yes, close. Like tomorrow night, Michigan State's going to be an underdog at Illinois.
I believe that's the case. Yeah, Michigan State won't be favored. Not the way they're playing, but Kentucky could be favored at Texas.
Yeah, I think they will be a small favorite. And Kansas will definitely be favored at Utah.
So 5 system plays, maybe 4 tomorrow. Saturdays have been very good to the system play. As we mentioned earlier, the game tomorrow in college basketball, 1 versus 2, Auburn and Alabama at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on ESPN.
So there you go. And some in the Twitch chat room are trying to promote the LIV. And boy, they are really giving them great. First off, they're playing halfway around the world in the middle of the night. And secondly, they're getting FS2. They're not even getting FS1. They're getting FS2. Did you see how many people watched their first tournament on FS2? 12,000.
Thank goodness they got that network TV deal.
I was going to say, I think FS2 is actually a worse situation than CW.
I think more people listen to this show than watch on FS2.
I think you're onto something. In fact, we can prove it.
So text sponsor to 21,000.
Miller and Moulton, happy Valentine's Day. Have a great weekend. Thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton